The night passed quietly. Hanfei didn't use his secret abilities to help the team. In fact, even if he did, they wouldn't have been able to catch so many rare creatures. Instead, Hanfei was wondering how to keep all these rare creatures. His 9-tailed mantis shrimp hadn't grown up. He had fed him hundreds of rare creatures, but his tails only grew to 6. He estimated that he would have to feed him at least 100 rare creatures before he had all 9 tails. In the morning, everyone gathered in the center of the level 1 fishery. Gu Longyu looked furious as soon as he saw Hanfei. He pointed to Hanfei and called, "Fatty, don't let me meet you in the 3rd round. Otherwise, I will beat you to death." Hanfei scratched his belly and put on a frightened look. "Oh, I'm so scared. I didn't offend you, did I? Why, what happened to you? Did your fish escape?" Gu Longyu almost burst into tears. They had left in a hurry last night and didn't check the fish tank at all. When they checked it in the morning, there were only a few fish bones and a bunch of crab shells left in it. The village leader landed in front of his team. Hanfei looked at Qin Hai and the others who were not far away. It seemed that many of them were injured, so he asked, "Leader, what's wrong with them?" The village leader glanced at Hanfei. They met the people of the Heavenly Heart Village and had conflicts with them in fishing. "You kids did a better job this time." Wang Baiyu's face slightly changed. 17 people are missing. Leader, do they? The village leader shook his head. Some people lost combat power and quit in advance. Hanfei and the others all gasped. 17 people quit in one day? And the team was led by a peak-level fishing master? Just then, the mayor declared in the sky, the first place of the first round is the Heavenly Heart Village, 37 rare creatures, including 21 rare creatures caught by the juvenile team. Hanfei and the others were shocked. He Xiaoyu exclaimed, "How come there are so many? How did they do it?" Wang Baiyu added, "I've told you that the Heavenly Heart Village is not simple, especially that Fengqing. The second place is the Heavenly Water Village, 32 rare creatures, including 20 rare creatures caught by the juvenile team." Qin Hai looked to Hanfei and the others. "Not bad. We had a fight with them. And no one lost, but unfortunately, it wasted us a lot of time. The third place is the Heavenly Moon Village, 30 rare creatures, including 10 rare creatures caught by the juvenile team. The fourth place is the Heavenly Fire Village, 28 rare creatures, including 9 rare creatures caught by the juvenile team. The fifth place is the Heavenly Sun Village, 24 rare creatures, including 4 rare creatures caught by the juvenile team. The eighth place is the Heavenly Rain Village, 17 rare creatures, including 4 rare creatures caught by the juvenile team. Unsurprisingly, the Heavenly Rain Village took the last place again, and the Heavenly Wind and Heavenly Wood were also at the bottom of the list. But the Heavenly Water Village surprised a lot of people this time. The juvenile team of the Heavenly Heart Village. Fengqing spoke first. "I heard that the Heavenly Sun Village and Heavenly Water Village had an encounter. Gu Longyu led twice as many people as the other party, but only got 4 rare spirit fish, so the fatty is anything but simple." Behind Fengqing, a girl chuckled. "So what? The second round is a piece of cake for us. Our team has 2 spirit-chasing shrimp and 1 treasure-digging fish. How can they be compared with us? We still have to be careful. At least in the second round, we don't need to fight them head-on." I believe with the Heavenly Sun village here, the other village's juvenile teams will not confront them either. There was almost no break time between the first and second rounds. The mayor announced, the second round is extremely dangerous. Neither the 8 village leaders nor I will go underwater to disturb you, nor will we take any action to rescue you. I can only tell you to be careful. After that, the crowd dispersed again. Wang Baiyu thought for a moment. I know a place. Maybe there will be some chances there. Where is it? The fire fountain. Hu Kuan's eyes widened. I heard that place is dangerous. Where there is danger, there is opportunity. Han Fei shook his head and the fat on his face wobbled. No, we are not superior in number. I think there must be many people who know of that place. When Han Fei was being trained by Jiang Qin, they were in the mixed zone only. In the first week, and then they had been staying in the level 1 fishery. He had visited almost everywhere within the level 1 fishery and even drew a map. The fire fountain was just a seabed crater, ranking 6th in his map. Even after the seabed mine. Han Fei calmly instructed, follow me. They flew as long as 700 or 800 miles before they reached the position where Han Fei desired. Han Fei, please give us some spiritual energy. Otherwise, we'll become fish. Food after going into the sea. Everyone laughed, but then they became nervous. They were going into the sea, which was very dangerous. He Xiaoyu was very nervous. She followed Han Fei closely and said, you have so much fat on your body. I'm afraid you'll become prey for the fish. Han Fei's face was black. What are you talking about? Do I look like food? Everyone kept quiet. You do look like food. We feel much safer with you here. Because we are much thinner than you. Han Fei took out a map and said, according to my research, right below us should be the Scorpion Cave. When the others were still thinking about the name, Xiao Wushuang suddenly exclaimed, Han Fei, are you serious? You took us to the legendary Scorpion Cave in the level 1 fishery? Hu Kuan widened his eyes. WH. Where? Scorpion Cave. You mean that Scorpion Cave? He Xiaoyu panicked. Oh no. Sea scorpion. I've seen it in the town. It's horrible and poisonous. They sting with their tails. Han Fei looked at them with a surprised look. Guys, we are hunting treasure. How can a treasure hunt not be dangerous? Who told you this place is dangerous? That's bullshit. Wang Baiyu said seriously, everyone knows the Scorpion Cave is dangerous. A lot of people have explored it, including many big fishing masters, but none of them got anything. Han Fei, are you sure there is treasure here? Han Fei smiled. They used the wrong way. The best things in this world are often in the most dangerous places. You can choose to believe me, or you can go to other places on your own. Of course, if you don't mind, I can go down alone. Everyone fell silent. Come on, if we let you go into the Scorpion Cave alone, the village leader will kill us. He Xiaoyu asked, is there really treasure down there? Xiang Nan was skeptical. Han Fei, although there are more than a dozen of us, we certainly can't explore the whole Scorpion Cave in such a short time. Xiao Wushuang was ready to go. I think that what Han Fei says makes sense. The Scorpion Cave is famous for its level of danger. I don't think any other team will come here to find opportunities. Maybe there is really a chance here. After all, no one has been here for many years. Wang Baiyu took a deep look at Han Fei. I have no opinion, I can have a try. Han Fei looked around at the others. Is there anyone unwilling to go? Those who don't go can stay on the fishing boat, but can't take any treasure we find. Xiang Nan was the first to chime in. Count me in. If you guys are not afraid of death, I won't be either. Wait a minute. Everyone? Han Fei continued, wait for me for a while. I'll be away for an hour. I have to make some preparations before going down. What are you going to do? With our strength, we can't penetrate the scorpion cave. Let me find some helpers. After Han Fei left, Xiao Wushuang said, have you found that Han Fei is a bit strange now? Hu Kuan snorted. He has always been weird. Xiao Wushuang frowned. No, I don't know why, but I feel he is mysterious now. Yes. He is not as stupid as before either. Wang Baiyu shook his head with a smile. Was he stupid before? I'm afraid you are the one who is stupid. Han Fei had long wanted to explore the scorpion cave. The scorpion surely had a natural enemy. The nest of water ants 300 miles away was Han Fei's goal. Water ants, similar to marching sea leeches, were low-level marine creatures. But when attacked or tempted by food, they could be very aggressive. Little Black easily solved the fishes and insects that wanted to attack Han Fei. After a while, Han Fei landed on a seabed full of caves. With a flash of spiritual energy in his hand, Han Fei threw out masses of spiritual energy one after another. After a while, the seabed was covered with palm-sized water ants. Seeing this scene, Han Fei threw out more spiritual energy. When Han Fei tilled the land, he always threw a mass of spiritual energy into the ground to fertilize it. At this moment, with the sudden spiritual energy explosion on the seabed, a dense mass of water ants crawled out of the cave and seemed to be looking for creatures that attacked them. Han Fei hurriedly swam away a little bit and kept throwing spiritual energy into the nest of water ants until a dense layer of water ants appeared on the seabed biting at him. After more than half an hour, Han Fei had returned to the scorpion cave. Without any hesitation, he threw out a few large masses of spiritual energy. Bam! Bubbles appeared on the water from time to time. Xiao Wushuang looked around startled. What happened? Wang Baiyu observed, it seems that something collapsed. Pooh! Suddenly a figure jumped onto the boat from the water, breathing heavily. Swimming 300 miles at a stretch, Han Fei was also exhausted. He Xiaoyu opened her eyes wide. Han Fei, why did you come out from under the water? Han Fei shot back, don't ask. Everyone, go into the water. Everyone was stunned but still immediately dove in with Han Fei. After a few minutes, he Xiaoyu and the others just wanted to run away. What did they see? Thousands or tens of thousands of water ants were fighting fiercely with sea scorpions. And their corpses were spread all over the seabed and there were scattered ant shells everywhere. Han Fei kept injecting spiritual energy into the scorpion cave. In just a few minutes, the seabed shook several times, and sea scorpions flowed out like lava. Some of the timid people had already secretly swam back. The others stared with their eyes wide open. Did Han Fei go to attract water ants just now? How did this guy survive? Han Fei beckoned to them and then pointed to Xiao Wushuang and his human face. Crab. Xiao Wushuang immediately created a small illusion of the surroundings, hiding their existence. Han Fei made a fighting gesture to the crowd. Everyone was nervous. Did they Really have to fight the sea scorpion? But now there were not only sea scorpions, but also countless water ants. Han Fei smiled and snapped his fingers, and then a gigantic 4-meter-long mantis shrimp suddenly appeared. What the F***ck? Everyone gaped. Did Han Fei already have a contractual spiritual beast? And was it a mantis shrimp? The nine-tail mantis shrimp drilled down into the ground and shook its tail. And then a sea scorpion was hit to pieces. Everyone was dumbfounded. Han Fei was going to the depth of the scorpion cave. Shall we follow him or not? While everyone was hesitating, He Xiaoyu had followed Han Fei into the cave. The others exchanged a glance and followed them down, but some people swam back to the boat. No way, I don't want to die with Han Fei in this place. Hu Kuan looked up and down and found that there were already 5 people swimming back. He gritted his teeth. No, he wouldn't be following them. He didn't want to risk his life. The nine-tail mantis shrimp was making a hole. In fact, it was easy to make a hole here as there had been countless holes made by the sea scorpions. He could easily make a hole with just one punch. Suddenly, Han Fei felt as though someone behind him was patting his shoulder. He looked back and Wang Baiyu nervously wrote in Han Fei's hand. Poisonous. Han Fei responded, don't worry. When Han Fei saw some purple seawater, he quickly took out white seaweed, and then a lot of purple gas was absorbed into the white seaweed. As they got deeper and deeper, more and more sea scorpions appeared. Fortunately, the nine-tail mantis shrimp had cleared the road ahead of them, and they could easily kill the remaining sea scorpions. Suddenly, Han Fei motioned for them to stop. While others were wondering what happened, they saw that the nine-tail mantis shrimp stopped suddenly and seemed to be ready to fight. Bam! His 6 tails shot out and turned into a chain, immediately penetrating 3 connected caves in an instant. There, a purple-tailed scorpion 7 or 8 meters long was knocked off by the nine-tail mantis shrimp with 2 punches. A string of data appeared in front of Han Fei's eyes. Name: Purple-tailed Scorpion King. Level 28. Quality Rare. Spiritual Energy 340 points. Edible Effect Inedible. Collectible: Purple-tailed Scorpion Toxin. Absorbable. Han Fei smiled. He didn't care about the resource competition. He had long wanted to catch this thing. He could catch it himself, but it would be troublesome because there were too many small annoying scorpions. Besides, the nine-tail mantis shrimp was only of level 18. Although it was a legendary creature, it couldn't overwhelm the purple-tailed scorpion king yet. Han Fei turned back and wrote in Wang Baiyu's hands. All of you, fuse by me. Sometime. Wang Baiyu's face was all black. Do you want us to help you hold off the huge scorpion? Seriously? Fortunately, Han Fei's mantis shrimp helped them a lot. Otherwise, they would have been knocked down in a minute even if they ganged up on the big scorpion. Han Fei still held up the white seaweed, which was no longer white but had turned purple completely. When Han Fei saw traces of purple gas coming out of a mud in the scorpion cave, he began to burrow on the spot. Wang Baiyu held a large shield in front of Han Fei, and Xiao Wushuang, pale-faced, made his human face crab stand in front of them, trying to create an illusion for the Scorpion King. The others clenched their rods nervously and fought the small scorpions around them. The purple-tailed Scorpion King looked so scary, and even the nine-tailed mantis shrimp had been stung several times. They dared not imagine what if the mantis shrimp was killed by the Scorpion King. Han Fei was digging a hole excitedly. Fortunately, the Encyclopedia of Spiritual Plants given to him by Old Jiang clearly recorded that in the nest of the purple-tailed scorpion, as toxins accumulated year by year, exotic poisonous fruit would be produced. This fruit seemed poisonous, but it was actually not. Even ordinary people could be immune to almost all mortal level poisons after taking it. Of course, this kind of fruit was not easy to get. First of all, the strong toxins on the surface of the exotic poisonous fruit would quickly invade the human body and kill the person. And the white seaweed in Han Fei's hands was certainly not ordinary seaweed, but sea-poisoned flower that Han Fei found from the poisonous jellyfish swarm in the ordinary fisheries early on. It was a low-level spiritual plant and didn't even reach the mortal level, but as they dwelled on the body of poisonous jellyfish, they had a very strong toxin-absorbing ability. At this moment, the sea-poisonous flower had turned purple. Han Fei took out several others in an instant and put the purpled sea-poisonous flower into the Forge the Universe. Han Fei was digging very quickly, and soon he saw a cluster of exotic poisonous fruits. Han Fei was shocked. There were hundreds of thumb-sized purple fruits in this cluster. Han Fei quickly took out all the sea-poisonous flowers he had, which were turning purple at a rate visible to the naked eye. 1 flower, 2 flowers. This cluster of exotic poisonous fruits could smear 23 strains of sea poisonous flowers with poison. Han Fei pulled up this cluster of exotic poisonous fruits, but when he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a transparent egg slightly shaking. Name: Purple-tailed Scorpion King. Level 0. Quality: Exotic. Spiritual energy: 30 points. Edible effect: inedible. Introduction: Larvae of the mutant purple-tailed scorpion, extremely poisonous after hatched. After it fuses with its master, the latter will become a mobile poison source. It can be domesticated. Absorbable. Han Fei was stunned for a moment. Wow, look what I've got. Without hesitation, Han Fei quickly picked up the mutant purple-tailed scorpion egg and hurried back. However, Han Fei felt resistance as if the scorpion egg was connected to something, and then this layer of soil collapsed. Han Fei appeared in front of the others, holding the exotic poisonous fruits in one hand and the mutant purple-tailed scorpion egg in the other. Screech. Outside, the purple-tailed scorpion king suddenly went mad and let out a furious whine. Then it threw a scorpion plier at the 9-tailed mantis shrimp. In a craze. Bam! The 9-tailed mantis shrimp was not scared at all. He rushed up and hammered at the scorpion king with its claws. When they collided, the shrimp was sent flying, and the scorpion's plier was crushed. But the purple-tailed scorpion king didn't care as it pounced at Han Fei. Wang Baiyu immediately raised his shield to block the way. Clang! With a single blow, the shield shattered and Wang Baiyu was shaken away, spitting blood. Han Fei threw the exotic poisonous fruits at He Xiaoyu in an instant, then grabbed Wang Baiyu and threw him to Xiao Wushuang. Fury. Explode. With a loud thud, something exploded underwater, and Han Fei was sent flying through the air, and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Seeing his master was injured, the 9-tailed mantis shrimp immediately hit the purple-tailed scorpion king with his tail, and the latter did the same. The 2 big bugs were sent flying at the same time. Run! Han Fei waved at the others and opened their mouths, spitting a string of bubbles. Xiao Wushuang tugged at He Xiaoyu's arm and they quickly retreated. Xiang Nan, Chen Qing and Jia Tong were pale as the purple-tailed scorpion. King screamed just now. A large number of scorpions came out. They were opening a way with difficulty, and broken shells scattered all over the ground. In the cave, Han Fei lifted his rod in his hand and activated all his skills, shouting, "Fuse!" At this time, Han Fei had no choice but to reveal his real strength. Jiang Qin had trained him for half a year. Although she had been teaching him combat skills, she didn't know that Han Fei had spent nearly 300,000 points of spiritual energy to become a peak-level fishing master. One person, one scorpion, and one shrimp were suddenly in a fierce melee. Water surface. Xiao Wushuang carried Wang Baiyu and jumped onto the ship, and Xiang Nan, Chen Qing, Jia Tong, and He Xiaoyu came out of the sea one after another, but they were all covered with bruises, and He Xiaoyu's hair had come loose. Xiang Nan was most seriously injured. He almost killed half of the purple-tailed scorpions alone. Xiang Nan had no more than 50 wounds on his body at the moment. "I was poisoned. Who has an antidote?" Chen Qing was lying directly on the deck and his face turned purple. "Who would have thought of bringing an antidote?" He Xiaoyu frowned. "It hurts so much." He Xiaoyu's arm, thigh, and lower abdomen were all injured, and the injuries looked quite serious. The others immediately gathered around. When they saw this scene, they were all shocked and gasped. "Gosh!" Hu Kuan asked, "What happened to Wang Baiyu?" Xiao Wushuang explained, "He was exhausted and seriously wounded. Fortunately, his life is not in danger." With that, Xiao Wushuang looked at He Xiaoyu. "Where is Han Fei?" He Xiaoyu said with a crying voice, "I don't know. He seemed to be fighting with the big scorpion." Xiao Wushuang quickly took out a bottle of pills. "Stop the bleeding first." The others were at loss, but then they saw the cluster of exotic poisonous fruit in He Xiaoyu's hand. Hu Kuan was shocked. "He Xiaoyu, what's in your hand?" "Spiritual fruits?" The others inhaled secretly. What did they experience underwater? How could they directly dig out an entire fruit tree? God, there were at least 100 spiritual fruits in this cluster. Although He Xiaoyu was injured, she still gritted his teeth and said, "Don't come over. It was we who discovered these fruits. They have nothing to do with you." He Xiaoyu was not a fool. These fruits that Han Fei threw to her risking his life must be very important. Although she didn't know what these fruits were, they must be some precious spiritual fruits from the seabed. She wouldn't let Hu Kuan snatch them from her. Hu Kuan and the others who didn't go to the scorpion cave were embarrassed, but the cluster of spiritual fruits looked so tempting. Hu Kuan even had a crazy idea. They are all injured now. If I kill them all, couldn't these spiritual fruits be all mine? But Hu Kuan hesitated. He wondered if someone was watching here from the sky. Xiang Nan violently gasped. "Shit, Hu Kuan, you cowards, you chickened out." Someone immediately retorted, "We had the right not to go. Look at you, you're all injured. Wang Baiyu is seriously injured and Han Fei hasn't come up yet. You guys asked for it." Another man said, "Yes, treasure is not as precious as life." Jia Tong scoffed. F***ck, if I could get up now, I'd slap you to death. Chen Qing added, "If you had gone down with us, we might not have been injured." So seriously. The two sides were on the brink of a fight. Xiao Wushuang was the one with the least injuries. He was standing in front of those people, glanced at the cluster of spiritual fruits in He Xiaoyu's hand and then at the greedy gaze of Hu Kuan and the others, and clenched his rod. You'd better not covet our trophies. None of you are worthy to be my opponent. I can kill at least 3 of you. After a moment, Jia Tong asked, Xiang Nan, are you okay? I'm going to sleep. Cough. This poison is a bit strong. Chen Qing was worried. Damn, it's still too early to end this round. Unless we quit, he won't be able to hold on. Hu Kuan thought for a second. What does it matter? We have so many spiritual fruits. We're sure to win. Let's quit. He Xiaoyu had been in tears for a while. Although her face had turned bluish, she still stared at the water. She was almost desperate. That big scorpion was so scary that she couldn't imagine what happened to Han Fei. Seeing the people getting weaker and weaker, Hu Kuan suddenly said, He Xiaoyu, give me the fruits. Hu Kuan's eyes turned crazy. It's been a long time and Han Fei probably can't come up. The chance is only once. Now only Xiao Wushuang could still fight, but could he resist 6 people alone? Xiao Wushuang sneered, Hu Kuan, don't court death. If you dare to rob us, I'll be the first to kill you. Kill me? Xiao Wushuang, you're also poisoned, right? There are at least 8 wounds on your body. I admit that you could easily defeat us when you are in good shape, but now you have almost lost your combat power. Hu Kuan said to the others, guys, don't forget that all the things we grab in the resource competition will belong to us. Xiao Wushuang shouted, fuse. Hu Kuan, I'm gonna kill you. In the fishing trial, Xiao Wushuang was in the limelight. If it were not for Han Fei, Wang Baiyu would not be able to get the 3rd place. It could be said that among all the people here, he was the strongest. Now he wanted to get the upper hand by taking the initiative. He had to subdue them as soon as possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to defend their trophies. Clang. Hu Kuan was sent flying through the air. He shouted to the others, what are you waiting for? They've started to attack us. We didn't go down with them. They will despise us forever after the competition ends. The others' faces changed. Kill them. Go. Clang. 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 They immediately got into a fierce fight on the fishing boat. Xiao Wushuang was really brave. He waved his sledgehammer and no one dared to come close. Jia Tong tried to get up, but he got down again before he could stand still. He gasped hard and said to Xiao Wushuang, take He Xiaoyu away. Don't worry about us. Hu Kuan hurriedly shouted, we can't let them go. If they escape, what we do will be revealed. Xiao Wushuang kept retreating and even he himself didn't know how many times his body had been hit by rods. He kept vomiting blood, thinking helplessly. I want to leave, but I can't. Little did they know that on the sea surface, dozens of miles away, a fat figure suddenly jumped out of the sea. Han Fei was breathless, but he was very excited. This trip was really worth it. After devouring the level 28 purple-tailed scorpion king, the 9-tailed mantis shrimp had its 7th tail grow out and upgraded by 1 level. Han Fei released the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and patted his shell. Let's go back. Then he compared the shrimp's new tail with his other tails and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, a king-level rare creature is worth dozens of ordinary rare creatures. Let's return This wasn't the fiercest battle that Han Fei had experienced in the last half a year, but unlike the fights with Jiang Qin, this was a life-and-death fight. But he was very satisfied with the results. Even the most common palm-sized mantis shrimp could punch every millionth of a second with the force of 60 kilograms. So now this shrimp must be very powerful. Even the level 28 purple-tailed Scorpion King couldn't resist his punches. His punching force must have been at least 6,000 kilograms. Han Fei was hurrying back while thinking. There must be some of them injured. But they should have no problem escaping, because all the sea scorpions went at him in the end. Huh? Who are fighting? Han Fei's face suddenly changed, and he left at full speed. Bam! Xiao Wushuang lay on the ground, dripping with blood. He was exhausted, but he managed to kill 3 of them. Hu Kuan was also seriously injured, and 2 others were lying on the ground in a coma. However, he was hopelessly outnumbered. Even if he was stronger than them, he couldn't resist human sea tactics. Hu Kuan dragged his body and walked towards He Xiaoyu. Hand over the spiritual fruits. He Xiaoyu held the fruit tightly. No way. I would rather throw them away than give them to you. Hu Kuan laughed ferociously. You can have a try. If you throw them away, I can take them without guilt. Hu Kuan, the village leader, will kill you. Hu Kuan laughed again. People die in the competition. Only the mayor will know what happened, and the village leader won't find out anything. But, master, mayor may mind conflicts among the villages, but won't bother to interfere in fights within the same village. Hu Kuan stepped forward and grabbed He Xiaoyu's hand. He was very excited. If he had these hundreds of fruits, he would soon become a great fishing master. Or even a dangling fisher. Who knows, he won't lose anything anyway. Bastard, let go. At this moment, one hand grabbed Hu Kuan's feet. Hu Kuan looked down, only to find it was Xiang Nan, who was in a coma just now. Haha. Look at you, you're even weaker than a level 2 fishing master. Fine. Since you will die sooner or later, let me help you out. Pooh. With that, Hu Kuan thrust a knife into Xiang Nan's back. He Xiaoyu burst into tears. Xiang Nan. Jia Tong screamed, Hu Kuan, F*CKU. I'm gonna kill you. Hu Kuan laughed crazily. Haha, then come kill me. I'd like to see how you can kill me. Now go to hell. Then he injected spiritual energy into his rod, but just as he was about to crush Jia Tong's head with his rod, 2 cold lights shot at him from 100 meters away. Who is it? Clang. Before Hu Kuan had any time to respond, he was directly nailed to the deck by 2 knives. At the next moment, under the shocked stare of everyone, a fat body came flying through the air. A fishing master, who was about to attack, was smashed over by a blow before he realized what happened. His body shattered the deck and his chest was covered with blood. Xiao Wushuang shouted, Damn it! You are still alive. Jia Tong was overjoyed. Han Fei, don't let any of them go. Hu Kuan panicked. How could Han Fei still be able to come back? How could this be? Even He Xiaoyu had thought he had already died. He Xiaoyu cried out loud, Boo-hoo. Hu Kuan shouted desperately, Hurry up, kill him. We will all die if we can't kill him. Han Fei waved his hand, and the 9-tailed mantis shrimp stood in front of Xiao Wushuang and the others. Don't move. I'll only kill the prime culprit, but if you move, I'll kill you. 2. The only remaining two looked frightened. This mantis shrimp didn't look like an ordinary contractual spiritual beast. Even for ordinary mantis shrimp, they might not be able to beat it. Han Fei took a look at them. Good. With that, Han Fei's feet suddenly flashed with spiritual energy, and he stepped hard on Hukuan's stomach. Aha! Han Fei squatted down and patted Hukuan's face. Do you have a problem with me? How dare you kill the fishing masters from the same village as you? I won't kill you. I will take you back to Heavenly Water Village. Think about the scene where you were scolded by hundreds of thousands of people. Everyone was shocked. Hukuan's spiritual heritage was destroyed by Han Fei. He wouldn't be able to cultivate again. This was even crueler than killing him. Hukuan's eyes turned bloodshot and he screamed hatefully, Han Fei. Kill me. Pa. You want to die? Too late. Hukuan slapped him unconscious. You're too noisy. Han Fei looked back at Xiao Wushuang, whose face was black and blue. Why don't you eat the fruit? Xiao Wushuang muttered, We didn't know what it was. Han Fei hurriedly took the exotic poisonous fruit and gave each of them the fruit. This is called exotic poisonous fruit. After taking it, theoretically, you'll be immune to all mortal-level poisons. The other's eyes lit up. Jiatong struggled to open his eyes. Come on, save Xiang Nan first. Han Fei's face changed slightly, and he found that Xiang Nan was drenched with blood. At that moment, Han Fei really wanted to kill Hukuan, but then he thought it would be too easy for him to die this way. Han Fei injected spiritual energy into Xiang Nan's body, but he only opened his eyes slightly and smiled at him with difficulty, but his breathing became weaker and weaker. Han Fei sighed and took out the mutant purple-tailed scorpion egg. Let Xiang Nan sign a contract with it. It was said that a contractual spiritual beast could share a life with its master. But many contract spirit beasts die even when their masters are still alive. He was not quite sure. Han Fei said seriously, Xiang Nan, this is a mutant purple-tailed scorpion egg. Sign a contract with it, be quick. Han Fei grabbed Xiang Nan's hand and placed it on the mutant purple-tailed scorpion egg. It's up to you whether you can live or not. Xiang Nan's mouth was full of blood foam. He struggled and muttered something that no one could hear clearly. But they could see the blood on the ground and on his hand seeping into the scorpion egg. After a while, a sharp sting pierced out of the scorpion egg, and a small purple scorpion was hatched out. Seeing this scene, Xiang Nan smiled a little and then passed out. Xiao Wushuang said under his breath, Xiang Nan. Jiatong exclaimed, Hey, you have signed a contract with the scorpion. Don't die. Han Fei quickly said, He is not dead. He just passed out. His wound is recovering. After about 15 minutes, the wounds on Xiang Nan's body gradually healed. Han Fei slightly shook his head. The contractual spiritual beast can indeed provide some vitality and even recovery ability, but not much. He only recovered from the trauma, but the internal injuries are still very serious. Xiao Wushuang remembered something. I still have some healing pills on me. Let me feed them to him. Making sure Xiang Nan was fine, Han Fei turned his eyes to others. Han Fei squatted beside He Xiaoyu, looked at the wound on He Xiaoyu's body with a frown, and whispered to her, I'll find someone to heal your wounds. After we go back to the village, there won't be any scars. He Xiaoyu suddenly hugged Han Fei and sobbed. Boo-hoo. I thought you were dead. Boo-hoo. Han Fei smiled. Nothing in the first-class fishery can kill me. Then he transmitted some spiritual energy into He Xiaoyu's body. She shook a little and looked much better. After injecting everyone with spiritual energy, Han Fei looked at Wang Baiyu. Was he badly hurt? Xiao Wushuang explained, he took a blow from that big scorpion and his shield was shattered. He may have to recuperate for at least a month. Han Fei nodded seriously. Okay. I owe him a favor. You also owe me one. Han Fei nodded again. Yes, I also owe you one too. Xiao Wushuang chuckled. It was worth it. Han Fei scratched his belly, got up, and turned to look at the two people who took sides with Hu Kuan just now. You attacked your companions in the resource competition. I can kill you at any time. But I'd like to give you a chance. If each of you can kill an enemy in the third round, I can spare your lives. If not, you'll end up the same as him. Han Fei pointed to Hu Kuan on the deck. It was not that Han Fei didn't want to punish them, but his companions were all seriously injured. If he killed the two of them, he would have to face up to the enemies alone in the third round. Chen Qing got up with difficulty. Damn, they got away too easily. Humph, you should have killed them all. Cough. At this time, Wang Baiyu opened his eyes. Cough. You're back. It's all right. Continue to sleep. Wang Baiyu felt as if his bones were about to fall apart. He closed his eyes and fell asleep immediately, and his soft snore sounded. Everyone. Han Fei looked at the crowd and shook his head slightly. Although there was still a lot of time, it was impossible for this team to hunt treasure anymore. After half an hour, they finally recovered a bit. Jia Tong got up and kicked at Hu Kuan. Asshole. How can there be such an asshole in our village? Chen Qing put up his hand. He'll be killed if you keep hitting him. Forget it, he won't be able to cultivate anymore. That's the greatest punishment for him. Han Fei scratched his belly and said, okay, cool down. Now let's distribute the exotic poisonous fruit. No, it's you who got them. We have all eaten one just now. Jia Tong agreed. Yeah, we just fought the small scorpions. The big scorpion was killed by you. Everyone was still a bit scared. Wang Baiyu, as an armorist, had the strongest defense power among them. But he was almost killed by a single blow of that scorpion. Why do I need so many fruits? Although they are spiritual fruits, they're not the kind of fruit that can enhance strength. Let's divide them up. Anyway, everyone just needs to eat one. It's no use eating too much. The others' faces changed, but in the end, no one objected. These were spiritual fruits. They couldn't resist the temptation. He Xiaoyu's tummy grumbled. I want to eat hot pot. Everyone. I'm not happy. I want to eat hot pot. Han Fei was speechless. Okay. I'll give you a VIP card when I go back to the village. You can eat it every day. He Xiaoyu was overjoyed. Really? Han Fei said helplessly, every time you come to my restaurants to eat hot pot, you can eat for free, okay? Forget it, you can come to eat when you get better. Suddenly, He Xiaoyu pointed at Xiong Nan and said, he is waking up. Xiong Nan is up. Han Fei quickly turned around. How do you feel? Xiang Nan said with difficulty, sh. Shit. What? Contractual spiritual beast is this? Han Fei said casually, oh. It is a mutant purple-tailed scorpion egg and should be more advanced than ordinary rare creatures. Hearing this, the others were all stunned. Xiao Wushuang was dumbfounded. Gosh, Han Fei. What did you say it was? Mutant purple-tailed scorpion egg. The others all gaped and looked at Xiang Nan. Not a rare creature? I think not. This little guy is no longer a purple-tailed scorpion. It's all purple, so it should be higher leveled. Xiang Nan was stunned himself. Han Fei, why? Why didn't you keep it yourself? Han Fei pointed at the nine-tailed mantis shrimp with a smile and said, I've already got one. What do I need it for? That being said, Han Fei whined in his heart. That scorpion was an exotic creature. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack to find an exotic creature in the first-class fishing ground. I was really reluctant to give it away. But I couldn't just sit by and watch Xiang Nan die. Huh? Everyone didn't notice the nine-tailed mantis shrimp until now, who was still watching the other two fishing masters. Xiao Wushuang asked, why does your mantis shrimp have tails? Is he also a mutant? Yes. Xiao Wushuang swallowed. Did you get it from the mantis shrimp cave? Han Fei thought for a while. Well, you can say so. Xiao Wushuang took a deep breath. Shit, the more dangerous the place is, the better stuff there is. They said no one had ever found anything in the Scorpion Cave. That's bullshit. 2 hours later, Wang Baiyu woke up and heard the news. It's an exotic creature. What is an exotic creature? Wang Baiyu said enviously, I heard that exotic creatures are all very strong. Much stronger than rare species. He Xiaoyu widened her eyes. Why did we not know that? Wang Baiyu rolled his eyes. You should read more books. On top of exotic creatures, there are also legendary creatures. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder. Legendary? Do they really exist? Wang Baiyu wanted to grin but frowned in pain. Sure, they do. Han Fei nodded. So there are also legendary creatures above exotic ones. Everyone looked at Xiang Nan enviously. How lucky he is. Xiang Nan smiled with difficulty and summoned the mutant purple-tailed scorpion. Han Fei, I owe you big time. Han Fei shook his head slightly. It's not a big deal. Just an exotic creature. I'll meet more in the future. He Xiaoyu was excited. Let me touch it. Han Fei's face changed. Stop. I forget to tell you guys that this thing is poisonous, very poisonous. Ah. Han Fei explained, not only that, but Xiang Nan is also poisonous. That is. Unless Xiang Nan takes it back, he will be a poisonous man all the time. Xiang Nan? Since everyone was injured, Han Fei had no intention to continue hunting treasure. After all, they had gained a lot from the Scorpion Cave. Of course, the cost was not small. With their members wounded or defected, this team had completely lost its combat power. 1 day later, the toxins in the team members' bodies had completely disappeared. At this moment, they were sitting in a circle on the deck. A shelf was set up on the deck, on which there was a pot. They gobbled around the pot. Han Fei frowned. He Xiaoyu, tell Little Red to turn down the fire a little. The water will be dried up soon. He Xiaoyu grabbed Little Red that served as a flame at the bottom of the pot. and stuffed a large piece of mushroom into her mouth. Han Fei, why do you have a pot and low-level spiritual fruits in your boat? Because I need to eat when I go to sea. Xiao Wushuang exclaimed, Han Fei, your culinary skills are wonderful. By the way, can you give me some of these low-level fruits? Maybe I can try cooking them by myself. You can go to my hot pot restaurant to study. Xiao Wushuang smiled awkwardly. Forget it, although the hot pot is delicious. I don't think I have the time to cook for myself. Xiao Nan had recovered a lot from his injuries, so he could eat by himself. I heard that a meal at your hot pot restaurant will cost dozens of mid-quality pearls. Can't you make it cheaper? Han Fei explained, the price is already low. Do you think these low-level fruits are cheap? Wang Baiyu was still pale, but his mouth bulged with food. Our village is not rich. Ordinary villagers really can't afford it, but it's different in the town. Dozens of mid-quality pearls, most people can afford it. Han Fei nodded. Yes, I'll open one in the town eventually. Hey, do you want any mushrooms? He Xiaoyu shouted, yes. Jia Tong agreed, add more. Chen Qing asked, are there any more yellow balls? They're called potatoes. This name is easier to remember. With that, Han Fei went to the cabin to get some potatoes out. In fact, he took them out of the Forge the Universe. Now he had planted crops in half of the 60 square foot land in the Forge the Universe. The people on the other side, including those who had already woken up, kept swallowing saliva. It was really torturing to watch other people eat, let alone when the food smelled so delicious. Hu Kuan had woken up early, but he remained glassy-eyed and reactionless to anything like a moron. At this time, fishing boats flew over one after another. Fang Qing and her team members came first, followed by the teams of the Heavenly Fire, Heavenly Sun, and Heavenly Wood villages. They were stunned when they saw Han Fei and his companions eating. Why didn't they go hunt treasure? Had they given up on themselves? Why were they cooking at sea? The fishing boat of the Heavenly Wood village approached and a girl with a baby fat face stuck out her head. Hey! Guys, aren't you hunting treasure? He Xiaoyu pouted. We've been back long ago. Meow Moo Moo, your mouth is watering. Would you like some? Meow Moo Moo's eyes lit up and she looked at Han Fei. May I? Sure. But only you, or else we won't have enough food here. As soon as Han Fei said so, Meow Moo Moo jumped over. She sniffed and her eyes shone. Wow, it smells so nice. I'd like to have a taste. Meow Moo Moo's attention was all on the food and she didn't ask what happened to Hu Kuan and the others. A moment later, Xiao Wushuang shouted to a girl who had just landed on the water, Yun Qian, would you like some hot pot? Yun Qian was the captain of the juvenile team for the Heavenly Rain village. Hearing Xiao Wushuang's voice, she came over and asked helplessly, so this is your way of hunting treasure? Meow Moo Moo, why are you here too? Meow Moo Moo had never eaten such delicious food. She had no time to respond to Yun Qian, so she just hummed as a response. They made room for Yun Qian. This girl looked a little cold, but when she had the first bite of mushroom slices, she was stunned. The people from the Heavenly Water Village were used to this expression. Xiao Wushuang asked, how about it? Is it delicious? Yun Qian nodded with a mouthful. Oh my gosh! I have never had anything so delicious. Come to our village and I will take you to eat it. Han Fei nudged He Xiaoyu. Do they know each other well? He Xiaoyu nodded. Yes. Miao Mumu is my friend. Xiao Wushuang and Yun Qian are good friends. We had to make some friends in the town, otherwise the people in the town would bully us. He Xiaoyu pointed to the people from the Heavenly Sun and Heavenly Moon villages. At this moment, the team leaders of these villages were all speechless. Hey! What are you guys doing here? Are you serious about the competition? In the team from the Heavenly Heart Village, Fong Qing swallowed secretly and asked the girl next to her, shall we join them? It looks so delicious. But we don't know them well. Fong Qing nodded. Okay, forget it. We can have more interactions with He Xiaoyu in the town in the future. She seems to have an unusual relationship with the fatty. The juvenile team from the Heavenly Sun Village. Gu Longyu narrowed his eyes. It seems that there was a fight inside the juvenile team of the Heavenly Water Village. A guy was nailed to the deck. Some are eating while some cower on the side and watch them eat. Ho ho. The Heavenly Sun Village. Shentong instructed, avoid the fatty in the third round. Their team had an internal fight, but he was eating leisurely as if nothing had happened. This person can't be simple. After a while, the mayor led the 8 village leaders to appear in the sky. The mayor drew a long face. How could Han Fei and his team members eat so happily alone? His mouth almost watered. He had threatened the village leader of the Heavenly Water Village to tell him the recipe later. And now, old Zhao's face was all dark. It was a disgrace that there was a traitor in his village's team. The mayor looked down. The juvenile team for the Heavenly Water Village, stop eating. The second round is over. Show what you found in this round. Han Fei quickly put away the pot and He Xiaoyu whispered, let's eat later. Miao Mumu lit up. Can I join you again? Sure. He Xiaoyu exclaimed. Everyone. Soon, everyone was in place. The team leaders stood together. The adult team of the Heavenly Heart Village put their trophies on the bow and their captain shouted, the Heavenly Heart Village gained 6 rare creatures, 12 ghost beads, 1 sea iron tree, and 1 iron tree spiritual fruit. They also killed 1 guardian beast of iron tree and a stone spiritual crab. Many people's faces changed. It was nothing to get a sea iron tree, but to gain the iron tree spiritual fruit, you would have to fight its guardian beast, which was very dangerous. However, it wouldn't be a problem for the Heavenly Heart Village, that was very strong. Fong Qing, the leader of the juvenile team of the Heavenly Heart Village, shouted, the juvenile team of the Heavenly Heart Village gained 3 rare spiritual fish, 1 water spiritual tree, and 1 red sea cucumber. Red sea cucumber? Many people were shocked. This thing was a treasure of any fishery. After taking it, one could not only improve physical strength, but also absorb a lot of spiritual energy. It could increase the success rate by at least 10% when one tried to make a fishing master. In the sky, the village leader of the Heavenly Heart Village smiled. Haha. Not bad. The other village leaders snorted. Stop showing off. It's just because your Heavenly Heart Village is in a good position. Maybe this red sea cucumber was placed here in advance by you. Wang Baiyu whispered, they're strong indeed. If it were in the past, they would have won first place in this competition. Xiao Wushuang wasn't impressed. Ho ho. Only 1 spiritual fruit. The people from the Heavenly Water Village looked casual, but other villages were different. The Heavenly Fire, Heavenly Moon, and Heavenly Sun villages looked nervous, while the villages such as the Heavenly Wood, Heavenly Rain, and Heavenly Wind didn't mind it. They knew they would lose anyway. Then it was the Heavenly Sun village's turn. The adult team achieved 7 rare spiritual fish, 1 black iron stone, 1 bamboo rod, 1 bamboo fruit, 1 guardian beast, and a mutant big head shrimp. The juvenile team got 4 rare creatures, 1 armored turtle cub, and 1 sapphire. Heavenly Sun Village, Heavenly Fire Village, Heavenly Wind Village, Heavenly Rain Village, Heavenly Wood Village. Finally, it was the Heavenly Water Village's turn. Qin Hai shouted with a black face, the Heavenly Water Village obtained 5 rare creatures, 6 ghost beads, 3 sapphires, and 1 black iron stone. Qin Hai felt a bit ashamed. This time, they found the same treasure as the Heavenly Moon Village, but soon they lost 2 fishing masters after they fell into a fight with the other party. In order to preserve their strength, Qin Hai could only lead the team members away. However, after they left, they couldn't find another treasure, and all of the other treasures were occupied by other villages. In desperation, he could only take the team to the seabed mine to dig up some precious gems. But in the end, they gained nothing. Haha. Someone taunted Qin Hai, "Did you go mining?" He shot back, "Yes. They contended with us for a treasure and we drove them away. Then they had no place to go." Even the juvenile team of the Heavenly Rain Village was laughing. Gulongyu taunted, "Fatty, did you go mining too? What did you get?" Weihua of Heavenly Fire Village shouted, "Gulongyu, don't say that. I saw them sitting in a spot, and eating." Shintong of Heavenly Moon Village added, "Humph. The Heavenly Water Village doesn't even need to exist." At this moment, everyone was looking at Han Fei. Han Fei scratched his belly and murmured a few words. Then he took out a small tree, on which it was densely packed with thumb-sized fruits. In an instant, it fell into silence and only the sound of sea breeze could be heard. The village leader, who was already desperate, suddenly beamed with a smile. "Spiritual fruits?" Han Fei counted seriously, 1, 2, 3. 100, 101. 108. Han Fei waved his hand. "I didn't go mining, but went to dig the ground. Well, I only dug 108 exotic poisonous fruits in total." "Huh? Why are you all looking at me? Why don't you speak? Why don't you laugh like you were before?" Everyone fell silent as if they were choked with small white shrimp. Suddenly, Weihua of the Heavenly Fire Village said, "Exotic poisonous fruit? Never heard of it. This fruit doesn't even have any fragrance. Aren't they just ordinary fruits? How can they be regarded as spiritual fruits?" He Xiaoyu immediately jumped out. "You ignorant fool, this is exotic poisonous fruit. After taking it, one can be immune to any mortal-level poison." Wow. Qin Hai and his team members were stunned. What happened? Where did they find more than 100 pieces of this fruit? If what He Xiaoyu said was true, wasn't this fruit more valuable than ordinary spiritual fruit? That's impossible. How can anyone get so many spiritual fruits at once? All fruits have guardian beasts. To gain so many spiritual fruits, how strong of a guardian beast would you have to beat? You must have cheated. Standing on the Heavenly Sun Village's team, Gu Longyu said with a dark face. He would never believe that Han Fei and his team could get so many spiritual fruits. There must be something wrong. Before Han Fei said anything, He Xiaoyu pointed at Gu Longyu and shouted. You're just jealous of us. We not only got these spiritual fruits, but also caught a mutant purple-tailed scorpion. What? Excuse me? Hearing this, the village chief hurriedly landed. Where is it? Let me see. It. With a flash in Xiong Nan's hand, a palm-sized purple scorpion appeared in front of everyone. The captain's faces all changed greatly. A mutant creature. It was much stronger than rare creatures. The village leader of Heavenly Heart Village was stunned. Did you go to the Scorpion Cave? Many people were shocked. The Scorpion Cave? There were only a dozen of them. And they went to the Scorpion Cave? Han Fei remained calm. Couldn't we go there? It's just a bunch of bugs. Why? Should we be afraid? A bunch of bugs? Everyone was speechless. Were the purple-tailed scorpions in the Scorpion Cave only a bunch of bugs in your eyes? Han Fei turned around and blamed He Xiaoyu. Don't expose the good stuff you have to others. Don't you know that? He Xiaoyu chimed in. Xiao Nan is not afraid. Right, Xiong Nan? Xiong Nan was speechless. Do you think I'm an ironhead fish? Of course, I'm afraid. I dare not come to the level 1 fishery again. Since Han Fei showed the exotic poisonous fruit, the result had come out. More than 100 pieces of spiritual fruits. The other 7 villages added up would still be no match for the Heavenly Water Village. Han Fei looked at Gu Longyu with a smile. Well, perhaps we should try mining next time. What if we find something unusual? Gu Longyu snorted coldly. Humph, look at your crew, they are either wounded, disabled, or defected. Even if you win the second round, so what? Han Fei continued to scratch his stomach and clicked his tongue. But I can beat all of you alone. Asshole. Gu Longyu turned purple in anger and everyone else was stunned. This fatty was really arrogant. Especially the girls. Fong Qing from the Heavenly Heart Village narrowed her eyes. Miao Mumu from the Heavenly Wood Village and Yun Qian from the Heavenly Rain Village both looked at Han Fei strangely, thinking to themselves that this fat guy must be the most arrogant person they had seen in the villages. After fishing and treasure hunts, the third round was actual combat. After all, if you wanted to survive in this ocean, you must be strong enough. The Heavenly Heart Village was the closest to the level 1 fishery, and the other villages surrounded it from far to near. The third round was held in the Heavenly Heart Village. When hundreds of fishing boats landed in the Heavenly Heart Village at the same time, they discovered that it was already packed with people. Han Fei took a slight breath. No wonder the Heavenly Heart Village ranked number 1 among the villages. The floating island of the Heavenly Heart Village was well arranged with mountains and waterfalls, and the area was larger than the Heavenly Water Village. Looking at Han Fei's surprised face, He Xiaoyu nudged him. It's only better than our village. You will find that the town is more than 10 times larger than here. Pooh. Really? Han Fei was speechless. This was an island floating in the sky. He had thought the Heavenly Water Village was very big. When he saw the Heavenly Heart Village, he thought the Heavenly Heart Village was much more beautiful and bigger, but He Xiaoyu said that the town was dozens of times larger than here. Xiao Wushuang smiled and said, there is nothing to be surprised at, but do you see that waterfall? It's said that every outsider who comes to the Heavenly Heart Village for the first time will challenge that waterfall. I guess we have to do it too. Han Fei was confused. How do you challenge a waterfall? Wang Baiyu explained, jump down from it. What? The Heavenly Heart Village advocates bravery. They take waterfall jumping as a challenge. We are all injured now, and they will not let this opportunity pass. Han Fei looked at them. You can say you are still wounded. And refuse to go. Of course we can do that, but then we will be laughed at, so what do you think? Sure enough, as soon as the fishing boats landed, Fang Qing went up to the other villages' teams. When she came to their team, Fang Qing said with a smile, "Hi, welcome. We'd like to invite you to participate in an adventure game. Would you like to take part?" Han Fei shook his head. No. Fang Qing was stunned. How could he refuse me so bluntly? Didn't he even care about his village's face? He Xiaoyu tugged on Han Fei's arm. Let's go. Actually, it'll be fine. Han Fei said again, no. Han Fei, no one who comes to our Heavenly Heart Village will refuse the adventures game, which can prove your bravery and fearlessness. Han Fei looked her straight in the eye. Little girl, do you think I'm a fool? Fang Qing looked embarrassed. Now she knew why Gu Longyu didn't like Han Fei. This guy was outrageously arrogant and rude. However, Fang Qing was not in a position to blame Han Fei. After all, they had the right to refuse. Coward. Wei Hua snorted when he walked past Han Fei. You're such a chicken. Wei Hua also sneered when he led his team to walk past. When all the people walked away, Xiao Wushuang tugged on Han Fei's arm. It's just a waterfall jump. Han Fei. Let's go. Han Fei's face turned black. Do you really want to see a fatty go into a free fall and then make a huge splash of water? The most important thing we should do is to beat the hell out of them in the third round. Everyone? When Han Fei left, the public booed. Han Fei suddenly walked out of the team and made a provocative gesture to the public, a thumbs-down gesture. Shit, kill this bastard. Fatty, let's wait and see. Damn it, I'll beat you skinny during the battle. What the hell? Is the Heavenly Water Village team so arrogant because they have Tengu? He Xiaoyu cautioned, Han Fei, you'll be beaten to death. Xiang Nan added, I can't imagine what will happen if you go to the town. Wang Baiyu thought for a moment. I'm afraid that you will put a sign at the gate of the 3 academies, reading Peerless in the World. Then I'm afraid even we couldn't help you. Han Fei sneered. What do you know? This is the aura of the protagonist. Han Fei hummed and walked towards the competition court. After all, killing was allowed in this round unless one party admits defeat in advance. Behind the statue of Sea God, all the fishing masters of the 8 villages were sitting on spectator seats. Except the juvenile team. Now Qin Hai was speaking to a group of fishing masters. Han Fei asked, what are they doing? They were selecting players. Each village will send 5 players and the teams will draw lots to fight each other. Which village loses first will get the last place. If they lose at the same time, their rankings will be the same as last year, Wang Baiyu explained. Han Fei glanced at Wang Baiyu and thought that this pretty boy knew really much. However, he was not very optimistic about this round. It seemed that there were many peak-level fishing masters in other villages. Han Fei sat with his team. Qin Jiar and Zhang Peng moved to Han Fei and asked him curiously, why didn't you go to play the adventure game? Han Fei curled his lips. We don't play children's games. The two of them went speechless. You speak as if you aren't a child. Han Fei asked, Sister Jiar, why does our village have only one peak level? Fishing master? Of the 5 players of the Heavenly Water Village, only Qin Hai was a peak level fishing master. Zhao Debai, Chao Fei, and the other 2 who he didn't know were only advanced fishing masters. Not far away, Zhang Peng snorted. Because other peak-level fishing masters were killed in the previous resource competitions. Han Fei and the others were shocked. Were they all killed? Zhang Peng continued, this is a live-or-die fight. Unless you admit defeat early, the other party will definitely kill you. He Xiaoyu asked blankly, weren't they all peak-level fishing masters? Why? Were they still killed? Han Fei scoffed. Are you stupid? There is also a gap in strength between peak-level fishing masters. Han Fei thought to himself, this was also a trial. It was a way to cultivate the most excellent people, but it was a bit cruel. Soon, the 40 people were divided into 20 pairs. The referee stated, the results of the draw, Zhou Min, from the Heavenly Heart Village vs Zhao Ren, from the Heavenly Fire Village. Li Sen from the Heavenly Wood Village vs Wang Kai, from the Heavenly Moon Village. Zhao Debai, from the Heavenly Water Village vs Lu Feng, from the Heavenly Wind Village. Soon, the battle sequence was decided, and with the cheers of the crowd, the battle began. The first battle, Zhou Min from the Heavenly Heart Village vs Zhao Ren, from the Heavenly Fire Village. The two of them seemed to be acquaintances, and without greeting, they immediately started to fight. Zhou Min took out a bow and shot 7 arrows in a row. The 7 arrows followed Zhao Ren from the Heavenly Fire Village as if they had eyes. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Damn. Do the arrows have eyes? Since he saw someone from the town using a bow half a year ago, he had been preparing to try a bow. With a bow, he could kill the enemy from a long distance even without moving. Wasn't it awesome? But he was busy dealing with training from Jiangqin, he had no time to try the bow. Now he wanted to use a bow as his weapon again. Chen Jiar explained, it's a bow combat skill. Our village doesn't have such a powerful bow combat skill. Zhao Ren had no ability to fight back at all. He was busy ducking the arrows and couldn't even get close to Zhou Min. Arrows were flying all over the arena. Pooh. As Zhao Ren's body was pierced by an arrow, he immediately shouted, I admit defeat. However, the arrows in the air did not stop. When he shouted I admit defeat, his body was penetrated again and directly nailed to the ground. Zhang Peng said, he is still alive, but I think he won't be able to recover within half a year. Zhou Min didn't want to kill him, or else he was already dead. Everyone in the juvenile team looked grave. This guy was too strong. Even the most talented Xiao Wushuang turned pale. I don't think I can block these arrows. He Xiaoyu frowned. I don't like fighting. People die in fights. Facts had proved that what she said was true. The second battle was Li Sen from the Heavenly Wood Village vs Wang Kai from the Heavenly Moon Village. Both of them were advanced fishing masters, but Wang Kai's combat power was very strong. He attacked very fast and powerfully. Within only 7 strikes, he struck Li Sen's head with his rod, and the latter died on the spot. Chen Jiar looked solemn. It's just so cruel in the arena, where there is no victory or defeat but only life or death. He Xiaoyu was a bit scared. I want to go home. I want to eat hot pot. Han Fei instructed, if the enemy is too strong, let's just admit defeat. Zhang Ping and Qin Jiar both nodded. Soon, Zhao Debai and Lu Feng from the Heavenly Wind Village started to fight. Fortunately, both of them were power-type fishing masters. After fighting fiercely for 10 minutes, Zhao Debai won. 1 battle. 2 battles. Now there had been 3 people killed in battle, despite the fact that many people admitted defeat in advance. An advanced fishing master, from the Heavenly Water Village, was seriously injured. The 20-10 battles were even fiercer. 4 people died in battle and 1 person from the Heavenly Water Village admitted defeat as soon as the battle started. The battles continued into the afternoon. Now it was the 10-5 battles. At this moment, Chao Fei fought against Shi Feiyu from the Heavenly Moon Village, who was a newcomer less than 20 years old, using a spear. As soon as they began to fight, Chao Fei launched 3 spiritual energy explosions in a row, knocking Shi Feiyu backward dozens of meters. Chao Fei roared and continued to bombard him with great force. However, at this moment, Han Fei suddenly shouted, "Admit defeat." Chao Fei paused. He could tell it was Han Fei's voice, but he didn't understand why Han Fei said so. Obviously, he had taken the upper hand. But at the next moment, Shi Feiyu retreated by 3 steps, quivered the spear in his hand, condensed spiritual energy on the tip of the spear, and suddenly thrust it at Chao Fei's chest. Pooh! The crowd broke into cheers, but the people from Heavenly Water Village were silent. Chao Fei was pierced in the chest and hung on the tip of the spear. The village leader called, "Admit defeat." Shi Feiyu casually waved his spear and threw Chao Fei to the ground. Chao Fei's chest and mouth were dripping with blood. Qin Jiar said under her breath, "Captain." Zhang Ping shouted, "Damn it." Shi Feiyu smiled, contemptuously. Only a fool will fight with brute force. Zhao Debai patted his head. F*CKU, little bastard. If I meet you in the arena, I'll kill you. Dozens of minutes later, on the Heavenly Water Village's side, the village leader returned with a black face. His internal organs were all shattered. He is dead. Han Fei couldn't help but clench his fists. He had treated Chao Fei to hot pot more than once. This man looked ferocious, but was actually a very kind man. At this moment, Shi Feiyu glanced at Han Fei and seemed to be surprised that Han Fei urged Chao Fei to admit defeat. Han Fei glared back. If he could, he would have rushed up to kill this bastard. Xiao Wushuang was angry. That guy is laughing at us. Damn, I must kill him. Wang Baiyu said with a cold face, then cultivate hard, strive to become a peak-level fishing master and kill him. Just when everyone was furious, they heard the referee shouting, "Zhao Debai." From the Taishui village vs Yang Pei from the Heavenly Moon Village. Xiang Nan was anxious. Damn, why is the Heavenly Moon Village up again? Wang Baiyu frowned. It's already 10-5 battles now. Every player is very strong. We should admit defeat in this battle. The village leader suggested, Zhao Debai, admit defeat. Zhao Debai touched his head and roared. Admit my ass. Fight. Chao Fei and Zhao Debai were very good friends, but Chao Fei was killed by a person from the Heavenly Moon Village. Zhao Debai's eyes were all bloodshot. Now he just wanted to avenge Chao Fei. Zhao Debai jumped onto the arena. Bastard from the Heavenly Moon Village, I'm gonna avenge Chao Fei today. Yang Pei used a broadsword. He slowly dragged the long broadsword along the ground. You'll only lose your life. If you can admit defeat now, you don't have to die. Bullshit, fight. Zhao Dabai was fighting him like crazy, reserving no spiritual energy. After dozens of rounds, blood oozed from Yang Pei's mouth, while Zhao Dabai had dozens of wounds. The village leader shouted angrily, "Zhao Dabai, admit defeat." But Zhao Dabai didn't listen to him. F***ck. Kill. Clang. 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 Soon, Zhao Dabai was stained with blood and he fell to the ground. Everyone in the Heavenly Water Village's team stood up nervously. Yang Pei carried his knife and was drenched with blood too. Blood was dripping to the ground, but he smiled and walked to Zhao Dabai. Still don't admit defeat? Then die. I admit defeat. Everyone? Someone immediately shouted angrily, "Shit, didn't you say you would avenge your friend? Why did you admit defeat?" Someone cursed, "Coward." Some people scolded, "Damn, you're wasting our time." Zhao Dabai grinned. "I'll keep my life to kill the bastards from the Heavenly Moon Village. It is not worthwhile to die here." Yang Pei looked deeply at Zhao Dabai. "The next time I meet you, you will die." Zhao Dabai grinned ghastly. "Even if I die, you'll be seriously injured." At this time, there were only Qin Hai and a man from the Heavenly Wind Village among the players from the 4 weaker villages. However, as soon as the battle started, the guy from the Heavenly Wind Village had conceded defeat. But Qin Hai didn't. His opponent was from the old enemy, the Heavenly Sun Village. How could he admit defeat without a fight? 20 minutes later, Qin Hai was carried off the arena, just like Zhao Dabai, who conceded defeat at the last minute, seriously wounded. The juvenile team's competition would be on the second day, and the adult team of the Heavenly Water Village gained 5th place. Qin Hai and Zhao Dabai needed to be treated immediately and then were sent back to the Heavenly Water Village for recuperation. Qin Hai beckoned Han Fei over with his last bit of strength. He was still vomiting blood, but he gritted his teeth and said, "I know you are very powerful. Chao Fei said that you are much stronger than him. I believe him." Cough, cough. "Tomorrow, the Heavenly Water Village will count on you." This time, Han Fei didn't joke, but nodded very seriously. "Okay. I will try my best tomorrow, but unfortunately, you can't see it." Qin Hai grinned. "I really wanted to see it." The next day, Han Fei said seriously, "Now, let's call the roll. Xiao Wushuang, He Xiaoyu, Qin Zhou, Luo Chu, the 4 of you, follow me." Qin Zhou and Luo Chu were the 2 people who had betrayed them, but since Han Fei said that they would be given a chance, then they would be given one. As for the other 3 people who had been knocked out by Xiao Wushuang, they weren't so lucky. After going back, they would be severely punished or even have their spiritual heritage destroyed. Xiang Nan quickly tugged on Han Fei's arm. Hey. Why don't you count me in, Han Fei? I've recovered. I can still fight." Han Fei rolled his eyes at him. "Fight my ass. Can't you see the big cut on your belly? Your intestines might be punched out in combat." Wang Baiyu said hesitantly, "Actually, no way. You're most seriously injured. I bet you will be knocked out before you can even take out your weapon." Han Fei turned his eyes to Chen Qing and Jia Tong again, one of whom was limp, and a hand of the other was bandaged. Xiao Wushuang smiled. "Hey. Wait and watch me beat the hell out of these Bastards. He Xiaoyu pouted. How I want to find a contractual spiritual beast. Then it can help me fight. Han Fei shook his head slightly. Become an advanced fishing master first. Then, you will know that the rare spirit fish of the level 1 fishery are not very useful. He Xiaoyu turned red. Humph. Don't look down upon me. Han Fei picked He Xiaoyu because he knew that He Xiaoyu also cultivated the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing, so in combat, this girl couldn't be weak. The others were angry not to be chosen, but could do nothing but sit with the spectators. Xiang Bai tugged on Wang Baiyu's arm. Wang Baiyu, you know what, if I'm fine, I alone can beat at least 2. Wang Baiyu nodded absently. Okay. Xiang Nan said crossly, don't be so cold. Jia Tong, do you think I can? Jia Tong was not in the mood to talk to him as he shrugged his shoulders. Maybe. Xiang Nan was speechless. What do you mean maybe? What do you think, Chen? Qing? Chen Qing despised him. Come off it. I remember that you once fought He Xiaoyu when you were in the town and ended up on your knees. Xiang Nan curled his lips. You know nothing. You'd have knelt too if it were you. In combat, she isn't like a girl at all. Han Fei led them to the arena. He looked at Chen Zhou and Luo Chu and said, your destiny is completely in your own hands. My requirements are not high. Each of you will at least kill one person. Even if you can't kill your opponent, at least destroy his spiritual heritage. The players exchanged a glance with each other and nodded seriously. In fact, they felt lucky. After seeing the prosperity of the town, no one would want to go back to the village. In this battle, they would have to risk their lives and fight till the death. Soon, there was a sea of people in the spectator seats and the battles were to begin. The referee drew out the list of fighting pairs by lot with great speed. Wei Hua from the Heavenly Fire Village vs Xiao Wushuang from the Heavenly Water Village. Shoot. Many people were stunned. Why was it the two of them at the very beginning? Everyone knew that Xiao Wushuang was strong, and Wei Hua was the team leader of the Heavenly Fire Village. Their strengths were neck and neck. Xiao Wushuang was very calm like an elegant young master. He said calmly, Wei. Who? Humph, I can beat him within 3 minutes. Han Fei suspected, are you sure? The referee continued to read. Shin Tong from the Heavenly Moon Village vs LV Yang from the Tianfeng Village. The audience burst into a cheer again, and many people were excited. Great! A captain vs a captain. The referee also glanced at his own hand. What a coincidence! Then it was Wang Xiaoyu from the Heavenly Rain Village vs Lin Yi from the Heavenly Sun Village. Han Fei from the Heavenly Water Village vs Qiao Shu from the Heavenly Heart Village. Han Fei didn't know this guy, so he didn't take it seriously and turned his eyes to the arena. Xiao Wushuang was fighting against Wei Hua. Han Fei watched the fight closely. When Xiao Wushuang was going to lose, he would remind him to admit defeat in time. In the arena, Wei Hua began taunting Xiao Wushuang. I thought I would meet the fat man, but I didn't expect to meet you. We haven't encountered one another in the town. Instead, we meet here. Fine, let me try my strength on you. You should be glad to meet me. If you were met with Han Fei and called him a fatty, I bet you would be killed on the spot. Wei Hua snorted. With a flash between his eyebrows, he shouted, Fuse. Xiao Wushuang also shouted, "Fuse." In a flash, Wei Hua waved his hand and dozens of black spikes were shot out. And the speed was so fast that they whistled as they went through the air. Xiao Wushuang's face changed slightly, and the rod in his hand was waved. Extremely fast. Clang, clang, clang. Pooh. Xiao Wushuang frowned, and black spikes grazed over his shoulders. This guy's spiritual beast was an exotic ballfish. Illusion. As his eyes turned white, Wei was standing opposite to him, staggered and shot. Dozens of black spikes in a row, but it wasn't in Xiao Wushuang's direction at all. Xiao Wushuang quickly approached with his rod. Explode. Wei Hua was sent flying immediately. Pooh. Wei Hua spat out a mouthful of blood. He Xiaoyu shouted on the sidelines, "Great. Beat him. Kill him." In the juvenile team of the Heavenly Fire Village, the team members looked worried. Captain is in danger. Xiao Wushuang's spiritual beast is an extremely rare human face crab that has the ability to create illusions. Now he's caught up in a bunch of illusions. Wei Hua suddenly jumped up from the ground and threw a string of black spikes. Instead of blocking them, Xiao Wushuang dodged and quickly approached him. At this moment, Wei Hua shouted, "Explode." With Wei Hua as the center, hundreds of black spikes were shot in all directions. Obviously this was beyond Xiao Wushuang's expectations. Now it was too late for him to retreat. Clang, clang, clang. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Pooh. Xiao Wushuang vomited a mouthful of blood. There were at least 5 black spikes pierced in his body. Now his face was ghastly pale and he seemed to fall down at any time. Well done, Captain. Illusion is not a big deal. The ballfish attacks in all directions. Xiao Wushuang gritted his teeth. I don't believe you can keep doing this. Immediately, a phantom of a human face crab appeared behind Xiao Wushuang. As the crab's claws quivered, Wei Hua began to fight the air. He kept hitting the air with his rod and shooting out black spikes. Xiao Wushuang got close to him again and suddenly hit his head with his rod. Dong. A ballfish appeared on Wei Hua's head and it was sent flying with Wei Hua. In mid-air, Wei Hua vomited blood while shooting hundreds of black spikes out in all directions again. A few minutes later, Xiao Wushuang was covered in blood and could barely stand, while Wei Hua lay on the ground like a dead body. Wei Hua gritted his teeth and said, I admit defeat. Xiao Wushuang cursed, damn, I almost killed him. With that, Xiao Wushuang fell backward. Han Fei went up and brought Xiao Wushuang back. He Xiaoyu quickly put medicine into Xiao Wushuang's mouth. Wang Baiyu said quickly, anyway, you won, but unfortunately, this guy is too seriously injured. I'm afraid he will admit defeat in the next battle. The battles went very fast, and most players from the 3 weak villages couldn't hold out for more than 5 minutes. At this time, Qin Zhou, who sat beside Han Fei, stood up. The referee shouted, Qin Zhou from the Heavenly Water Village vs Liang Xia from the Heavenly Sun Village. Liang Xia smiled when both of them entered the arena. I had thought that even if I didn't meet Wang Baiyu, at least I would meet Xiang Nan. I didn't expect it would be you, Qin Zhou. You're too weak for this game. Qin Zhou didn't speak. His spiritual beast was an iron-headed fish whose only advantage was its sturdy body. And the weapon he used was an axe. Fuse. Both of them roared and attacked the other party. Chop. Liang Xia's weapon was a rod. He was not afraid of this kind of attack at all. He roared and charged at Qin Zhou. Bam. In an instant, a strong light broke out on the axe. Liang Xia didn't expect Qin Zhou to gather almost half of his spiritual energy on the axe and attack him like crazy. What's wrong with this guy? Liang Xia was shaken away and fell to the ground, and as soon as he got up, Qin Zhou swung his axe at him again. Thorn. Liang Xia sneered, and his long rod was thrust at Qin Zhou like a sword. Pooh. The long rod directly penetrated Qin Zhou's abdomen, and the latter's eyes turned bloodshot and he shouted, "Chop!" Liang Xia was shocked. Do you want to die? How can you block my thorn with your own body? He hurriedly tried to dodge, but the axe had come at him. Crack. Caught off guard, Liang Xia couldn't escape his attack and one of his arms was chopped off. Aha! However, Qin Zhou still didn't stop. I can't lose. I can't lose. If I lose, Han Fei will destroy my spiritual heritage. Then I'll be doomed. Dong. Qin Zhou suddenly butted Liang Xia with his head and Liang Xia screamed in pain and looked at him in fright. Then Qin Zhou swung his axe at him again. But a crayfish suddenly appeared on Liang Xia's head, and the axe broke the crayfish's shell into two. Pooh. Qin Zhou fell backward. Unfortunately, he still couldn't kill his opponent, although he had tried his best. Translator *Henyi Translations Editor *Henyi Translations. Ha! Liang Xia's spiritual beast was hacked to death. This was the first spiritual beast to die in this round. If Qin Zhou's weapon was a rod, the crayfish would not die. But he used an axe, so the poor crayfish was dead. Gu Longyu was furious. Asshole, I'm gonna kill him. And Han Fei had already jumped onto the arena and took Qin Zhou back, shouting, Wang Baiyu, medicine, medicine. Qin Zhou grinned. I failed to kill him. Han Fei was very anxious. You killed his spiritual beast. He can no longer cultivate. Qin Zhou grabbed Han Fei by the hem of his clothes. I am not a traitor. Han Fei nodded. I know. Qin Zhou passed out, and Wang Baiyu quickly poured the pills into his mouth. He only has one fatal injury and probably can survive. At this time, the village leader had arrived and he looked at Qin Zhou. Leave him to me. Everyone else was stunned. Miao Mumu from the Heavenly Wood Village was dumbfounded. The Heavenly Water Village changed. In the Heavenly Rain Village's team, Yun Qian took a deep breath. Wow, this is a real life-or-death battle. In the Heavenly Heart Village's team, Fang Qing's eyes flickered. He's a tough guy. The audience was stunned. This was the quickest battle they had ever seen. Within 10 seconds, the battle was finished. In the Heavenly Water Village's team, many people burst into tears. Why should a child bear all this? Luo Chu looked grave. Qin Zhou had already won the battle. What about himself? Can he fight a way out like Qin Zhou? Soon, the referee declared, Pei Heng from the Heavenly Heart Village vs Luo Chu from the Heavenly Water Village. Luo Chu took a deep breath and went to the arena with his rod. Fuse. Kill. Luo Chu wanted to adopt Qin Zhou's strategy, but Pei Heng seemed to realize this. He snorted, Do you think I'm as stupid as Liang Xia? Pei Heng muttered, Combat skill, strangle. A long-tail phantom suddenly tied Luo Chu up. Explode. Luo Chu suddenly released almost half of his spiritual energy and broke free of the phantom. _bam_. At the moment, Han Fei suddenly shouted, Quick, concede defeat. However, before Luo Chu had any time to open his mouth, Pei Heng had slashed across his neck with the broadsword in his hand. At the next moment, Luo Chu fell to the ground and blood spurted out of his neck. Han Fei's face was black and his heart was trembling. He glanced at the people from the Heavenly Heart Village and then at the audience who were cheering crazily. He didn't expect the third round to be like this. He killed because he would have to die if he didn't, but why did people kill in this competition? Han Fei silently took Luo Chu back, who was already dead. Han Fei asked, He Xiaoyu, is your opponent also from the Heavenly Heart Village? Kill. He Xiaoyu's face was covered with tears. She nodded hard. She didn't hate Luo Chu, because they were all instigated by Hu Kuan. She only hated Hu Kuan. Wang Baiyu frowned. That Pei Heng is not from our academy, so we don't know his real strength. If I had known it, I would have asked Luo Chu to admit defeat. Xiao Wushuang struggled to sit up. I can still fight. Han Fei glared at him. Shut up. On the other side, Fang Qing said lightly, now we become their enemies. Pei Heng, who had just returned, sneered. So what? When will the people from the Heavenly Heart Village be afraid? The referee sounded again, He Xiaoyu, from the Heavenly Water Village vs Luo Yun from the Heavenly Heart Village. In the arena, He Xiaoyu pointed her bamboo rod at Luo Yun. Although you are a girl, I will kill you. Luo Yun sneered. Haha. Are you kidding me? Isn't He Xiaoyu a crybaby? I can't remember how many times you cried when you were in the town. 10 times? 100 times? Fuse. He Xiaoyu shouted and little red entered her body. In an instant, He Xiaoyu's body was burning with a blazing flame. This was the difference between an exotic spiritual beast and a common one. Luo Yan's face changed slightly. Her body turned the color of sapphire and a big pair of pincers appeared. Xiao Wushuang gasped. Sapphire crab, a rare creature, with very strong combat power. Han Fei had seen sapphire crab whose 2 big pincers were just like 2 drill bits, but Han Fei smiled. She wins. Xiao Wushuang? Xiang Nan asked, why did you say that? The battle had already begun in the arena. He Xiaoyu's long rod was burning with flames, and every time she waved her rod, a fire column would shoot out. Looking at the rotating drill bit, He Xiaoyu rushed up. Luo Yun smiled disdainfully. Are you silly? This is a sapphire crab, clang, With just one blow, Luo Yan's face changed drastically. How could He Xiaoyu's power be so great and so overwhelming? Clang. He Xiaoyu's rod was like a part of her body, moving with her thoughts. Picking, piercing, sweeping, splitting, bouncing, and waving. Luo Yun was sent flying and hadn't fallen to the ground after quite a while. Pa. He Xiaoyu's rod hit Luo Yan's mouth, breaking all her teeth. Would the battle just end like this? Little Red was a flaming fish. Anywhere that was hit by He Xiaoyu was burning. I admit. Bam. Luo Yun was interrupted the second time. From the spectator seats of the Heavenly Heart Village, countless people were shouting, Luo Yun has admitted defeat. Referee, this girl fouled. Fang Qing also shouted to the referee, we have already conceded defeat. He Xiaoyu's eyes were all red. She could make Luo Yun shut up, but suddenly a hand blocked her rod. The referee stated, the other party has already conceded defeat. He Xiaoyu was stunned. when, even if she said only half a word, she is considered to have admitted defeat. In the Heavenly Water Village's team, people roared, "Bullshit. The referee is covering for her. You cheat." Warning, the juvenile team of the Heavenly Water Village. If you speak improperly again, you'll be expelled. Xiao Wushuang was not reconciled and he still wanted to speak. Han Fei pressed him down. "Shut up, leave it to me." He Xiaoyu stomped on her foot in anger. How could this be? I had interrupted her, At this time, someone on the spectator seats threw something at He Xiaoyu. Scolding, "Bitch, why don't you let her admit defeat? Bastards from the Heavenly Water Village, don't let me meet you again. Bitch, do you want to die?" Han Fei shouted to the audience with his rod, "Hey, you, people of the Heavenly Heart Village, come at me if you have the guts. Who the F***ck are you? Fat ass. Hugh." With a cold flash, a flying knife shot through the air and pierced the palm of the man who called Han Fei fat ass, and his hand was immediately dripping with blood. The referee was furious and pointed to Han Fei, shouting, "Guy from the Heavenly Water Village, stop, I can expel you now." Han Fei turned around and pointed at the referee with his rod. "What? Your Heavenly Heart Village people can insult us at will, but we can't fight back. You can kill others, but once any of your people are going to lose, you start to curse? If you can't judge fairly, I don't mind giving you a good beating." Hiss. Hearing his words, the audience fell into silence. What did this brat say? Beat referee? Was he crazy? Everyone else was stunned. Miao Mumu exclaimed, "Oh. This fat man is so overbearing, so fierce. Wow, so overbearing." Gu Longyu disdained. "Idiot, beat the referee? Is he out of his mind? He'll only be punched to death if he dares." Wei Hua sneered. "What a madcap. I'm starting to like him. He is arrogant and ignorant. He is just digging his own grave." At this very moment, the village leader of the Heavenly Water Village came back and snarled. "Han Fei, shut up, what are you doing?" Han Fei waved at He Xiaoyu and then spoke to the spectator seats. "If there is any unfair treatment again, I don't mind teaching you guys a lesson. You are all trash." The village leader shouted angrily, "Han Fei, shut up." Han Fei scratched his belly. Fine, I'll shut up." Xiao Wushuang swallowed. "Shoot, when can I be as overbearing as him?" Wang Baiyu shook his head. "Impossible, you will be beaten to death immediately." Xiang Nan's mouth was open. Will he not be beaten to death? Jia Tong thought for a moment. Maybe not. Even that big scorpion couldn't kill him. Chen Qing took a deep breath. I think so. Everyone in the juvenile team of the Heavenly Heart Village was angry. This was sheer provocation. How dare he? Fang Qing shouted, "Calm down. Don't forget. If Xiaoyu is so powerful, why is Han Fei the captain?" Soon, it was Han Fei's turn. The referee was angry too. He looked deeply at Han Fei. Han Fei from the Heavenly Water Village vs Lin Yuan from the Heavenly Moon Village. From the spectator seats. Kill him. Kill this fat man. What a crazy bastard. He must think this is in their Heavenly Water Village. Han Fei walked into the arena with his rod, and in the angry curse of the audience, he made a thumbs-down gesture towards everyone. Then he stuck his rod into the ground and hooked his finger at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan immediately flew into a great rage. What did he mean? Did he mean he wouldn't use any weapon in the battle? Shen Tong, the captain of Heavenly Moon Village, shouted, Lin Yuan, be careful. And try your best. 2. Han Fei had almost annoyed everyone present except the people of the Heavenly Water Village. Now they all wanted to watch Han Fei be killed. In the Heavenly Moon Village's team, someone said, relax, Lin Yuan's spiritual beast is an armored turtle. Even if he loses, this fatty cannot kill him. Another man wondered, I wonder what the fatty's spiritual beast is. If it's an exotic spiritual beast, that's not good. However, Han Fei didn't even open his mouth when Lin Yuan called out, fuse. Lin Yuan burst into anger. Damn, fatty, since you want to die, then I can help you die. Lin Yuan pounced at him and the broadsword in his hand glinted with cold light. Seeing that the tip of the broadsword was only a few meters away from him, Han Fei was still motionless. Someone from the spectator seats said, is this fatty a moron? But at the next moment, when the long broadsword was about to reach Han Fei's face, he slightly moved. In the blink of an eye, a knife was suddenly thrust into Lin Yuan's chest and it penetrated his body. Han Fei took out the knife, wiped it on Lin Yuan's clothes, pulled out the rod he stuck into the ground just now, and walked back. It wasn't until Han Fei walked 5 or 6 meters away that Lin Yuan fell to the ground. For a time, the audience was silent. In the Heavenly Water Village's team, Xiang Nan rubbed his eyes. Oh. I didn't see him draw a knife. Xiao Wuxuan grinned. He is so cool. He killed that guy without even moving his body. He is really strong. Wang Baiyu smiled. It suddenly occurred to him what Han Fei's real strength was and why he could survive the purple-tailed Scorpion King. Before the referee said anything, the people of the Heavenly Moon Village had already rushed up. Someone immediately let out an angry cry. Lin Yuan had died. In the referee's seats, the leader of the Heavenly Moon Village took a deep look at old Zhao. Who is this person? Isn't he studying in the town? Old Zhao said slowly, half a year ago, a teacher of the 3rd Academy in the town specially went to our village to invite him to study in their school, but he refused. Hearing this, all the other village leaders turned their eyes to old Zhao. Everyone knew that the opportunity to go to a school in the town was very precious, but this boy rejected it? Old Zhao was very proud in his heart. If they knew that this guy was also a spiritualist, would they be shocked and speechless? If old Zhao knew that Han Fei was also a soul warrior, he would be shocked. Speechless too. Han Fei sat down on his seat and looked sideways at He Xiaoyu. I'm cool. Aren't I? He Xiaoyu grunted. If you weren't so fat. Han Fei. Then it was the draw lots for 20 into 10 battles. Han Fei's opponent was from the Heavenly Sun Village, named Che Jia. Wang Baiyu said, I know this guy. His spiritual beast is an exotic 3-headed snake and he uses double knives. Han Fei shrugged. Whatever. In the Heavenly Sun Village's team, Gu Longyu looked anxious. Che Jia, do you want to admit defeat now? This fatty is not simple. Even if Lin Yuan is not very strong, he should not have died so easily. Che Jia frowned. I don't think he can kill me if I protect myself with my spiritual beast and spiritual energy. I will admit defeat after a round. I want to see if he will use his spiritual beast. Gu Longyu thought about it. Che Jia was very strong. He was at the same level as Wei Hua and Xiao Wushuang. The three-headed snake could spit out 3 kinds of ice flames, and it should be impossible for Che Jia to be killed by a single blow. In the arena, the manipulator Miao Mumu controlled his spiritual plant to tie up her opponent and won. Han Fei got up and said casually, "Okay, it's my turn." When Han Fei walked into the arena again, although there were still people clamoring to kill him, there were very few of them now. Come on, this fatty was very dangerous. He killed his opponent without even using his rod. Fang Qing said, "Che Jia is very strong. Let's see what will happen." However, Fang Qing didn't think Che Jia could win. In her view, no one present could win against Han Fei in close combat. In the arena, Han Fei poked his rod into the ground again and hooked his finger at Che Jia again. Che Jia scoffed. "Asshole, do you think I am Lin Yuan?" Han Fei, use your spiritual beast. Han Fei thought for a while. My spiritual beast is just a spirit swallowing fish. It's useless. What? The audience was in an uproar. A spirit-swallowing fish? Are you kidding me? Gu Longyu was stunned. No wonder this guy has never shown his spiritual beast. It turns out that his spiritual beast is a spirit-swallowing fish? Shen Tong sneered. Haha, it seems that he can't use his spiritual beast. In that case, although he is strong in close combat, if I attack him from a distance. Che Jia muttered, "Humph, fuse. Attach. Spiritual energy protective. Cover." Che Jia fused with his three-headed snake, had his contractual spiritual beast, a rare lightning crab, attached to him, and protected himself with a spiritual energy protective cover. He had taken Han Fei as the strongest enemy he had ever met in his life. Die. He hacked at Han Fei with his double knives, but this was not his real move, which were 3 ice flames. When Che Jia got close to him, there was a sudden flash of cold light. His spiritual energy protective cover, broken. Lightning crab, crushed. The three-headed snake flew out to protect his master, but in the next second, its 3 heads were cut off. Che Jia's double knives finally fell on Han Fei, but why did he hear a clang? Che Jia wanted to admit defeat, only to see a chilly glint flash past. Admit defeat after a round? He never had a chance to speak again. Hiss. The audience fell into silence again. Han Fei said lightly, "I don't need to summon my spiritual beast." At this moment, Gu Longyu no longer wanted to challenge Han Fei. That bastard was too strong. Che Jia's strength was only second to his in his village. But he was killed by him so easily. It was not just Gu Longyu, but all the players who looked terrified. Is that a human body? Isn't it steel? We certainly have no chance to win against him. Fang Qing's pupils constricted. Everyone be careful. If you meet Han Fei in the competition, just admit defeat. Han Fei returned to his seat, and everyone looked at him like a monster. He Xiaoyu hesitated and asked, "Are you really an intermediate fishing master?" Han Fei thought for a while. "I only used the power of an intermediate fishing master." The others went speechless. This guy didn't even use any combat skills. He just stood there and killed his opponent without pulling out his rod. What was more, no one knew what his real strength was. Xiao Wushuang sighed. "Forget it, I had thought to challenge you. But now, I'll just challenge the strong master in the town." Xiao Wushuang feared that his illusion would be useless on Han Fei, and then if he still rushed up like a fool, he would be dead meat. Half an hour later. Now it was the draw lots for 10 into 5 battles. Only Miao Mumu entered this round among the Heavenly Wind, Heavenly Rain, and Heavenly Wood villages, and Han Fei's opponent happened to be her. Miao Mumu immediately raised her hands. I admit defeat. Referee. Han Fei was also speechless. You admit defeat before the battle even starts. How strong is your desire to survive? But everyone else was relieved. It was great that they didn't have to fight. Han Fei. Just let him directly enter the top 5. Don't give him the chance to kill one more person. However, although Han Fei entered the top 5, He Xiaoyu's opponent was Shen Tong, the captain of the juvenile team from the Heavenly Moon Village. Han Fei immediately looked at Wang Baiyu. Wang Baiyu explained, Shen Tong, his spiritual beast is a rare Buddha octopus that can suck its enemy's spiritual energy dry. He is good at attacking from a distance and his weapon is a rod. Han Fei nodded and looked at He Xiaoyu. You can win, right? He Xiaoyu hesitated. Maybe. Han Fei nodded. Just don't let the octopus touch you. He Xiaoyu nodded hard. Octopus, just like bloody anemones, is gross. Han Fei seemed to think of something unpleasant. There will always be something more disgusting. The others were speechless. Are you serious? Disgusting? It may be disgusting. But it's also very powerful, okay? It was half an hour before it was He Xiaoyu's turn. Han Fei, Fang Qing, Gu Longyu, and a girl from the Heavenly Heart Village, Zhu Jin, had already entered the top 5. He Xiaoyu was about to jump into the arena when Han Fei said, if you're going to lose, admit defeat. Do it when I tell you to. He Xiaoyu nodded. Okay. In the arena, when Shen Tong fused with his spiritual beast, numerous tentacles stretched out from behind him like long whips. He Xiaoyu's body was burning with flames, and she agilely dodged the tentacles. In the arena, every time the long whips were about to hit her, she seemed to expect it, twist her body into strange positions, and easily escape the attacks of the tentacles. The audience couldn't help but worry for her. People were usually more tolerant of girls and didn't want to see her being whipped by the tentacles. Xiao Wushuang glanced at Han Fei and said, Han Fei, I think I have seen you doing the same postures as He Xiaoyu? Xiang Nan mocked, are you two in love? So you and she learned a set of mysterious moves together that no one else knows? Han Fei's face turned black. Go away. Fang Zhe taught me this. And he didn't allow me to teach it to anyone. Hiss. The others were surprised. Fang Zhe taught them? Fang Zhe secretly taught them combat skills? That was too much. Why didn't he teach me? Wang Baiyu frowned. Although He Xiaoyu can avoid those tentacles, Shen Tong's attack seems a bit too dense. How should He Xiaoyu approach him to launch her own attacks? Han Fei shook his head. He Xiaoyu is going to lose. If she had learned the least bit about combat skills, she could win. She won't be able to win if she can't approach him. As he expected, in the arena, He Xiaoyu pouted. Shen Tong was so hard to deal with. Why does he have so many tentacles? These tentacles keep swinging about. And I just can't draw near. He Xiaoyu was so angry that she threw out her bamboo rod with a swoosh, using all her spiritual energy. Bam! Several tentacles were directly crushed, but still unable to block the power of this rod. Hit by the rod, Shentong retreated 4 or 5 meters and vomited a mouthful of blood. But before he fought back, he heard He Xiaoyu shouting, "I concede defeat. Even if I can't win against you, at least I wounded you." Shentong blushed in anger. Is she serious? He Xiaoyu walked slowly over to pick up the rod. When she walked past Shen Tong, she said to him seriously, "It's useless even if you enter the top 5. You are doomed." Shen Tong shot back, "Humph. It's none of your business." He Xiaoyu said again simply, "You're doomed to lose." Han Fei laughed. At least she was not defeated. In the finals, only Han Fei had no opponent. No matter if it was intentional or not, the 4 others were all relieved. Shen Tong met the girl named Zhu Jin from the Heavenly Heart village. The girl's weapon was a bow. The powerful bow combat skill she demonstrated showed the power of the bow once again. Shen Tong didn't even last for 5 minutes. Although he was good at attacking from a distance, his opponent could attack from a longer distance. His tentacles couldn't even touch her, so he was doomed to lose. Gu Longyu was very unlucky that his opponent was Fang Qing. To everyone's surprise, Gu Longyu admitted defeat without even entering the arena. Gu Longyu sat on his seat and grunted. "Do you think I'm stupid? Fang Qing can lead the juvenile team of the Heavenly Heart Village. How can she be weak?" So the following scene was very embarrassing. There were 2 girls left in the Heavenly Heart Village's team, Zhu Jin and Fang Qing. In the Heavenly Water Village's team, only Han Fei was left. Even if Han Fei lost in the following battles, he was already the dark horse of the resource competition this year, leading the Heavenly Water Village to win an unprecedented ranking, the 2nd place. Seeing the referee was preparing to draw lots, Han Fei stood up and said, "No need to draw. You 2 can fight me together." Everybody? Referee? Fang Qing and Zhu Jin were stunned. Is he serious? Fang Qing knew that Han Fei was very strong, but he didn't even know her real strength. How could he be so confident about himself? Once again, the audience was in an uproar. "Kill him." He said it himself. "Gang up on him. Teach him a good lesson." The referee repeated, "Han Fei, do you really want to challenge 2 people at the same time?" Han Fei snorted. "Yes, I'll solve this problem in one go." The referee ignored him and looked at Fang Qing and Zhu Jin. "What do you think? If you 2 do not agree, then I'll continue to draw lots." Fang Qing said firmly, "No problem." Fang Qing suspected Han Fei's combat power. He hadn't used any combat skills. As she observed, he only had strong defense power. Che Jie's attack was very powerful, but failed to even leave a mark on his body. Han Fei stepped on the arena and scratched his belly. A wise choice. But since you 2 are girls, I don't like killing, nor do I like to bully girls. Unfortunately, Pei Heng lost. Otherwise, I'd definitely cut off his head. Here. Sitting on his seat, Pei Heng turned green. He was very angry, but dared not say anything. His strength was not much higher than that of Che Jia. If he did fight Han Fei, he might really be killed by him. Old Zhao's face was all black. "What are you waiting for? Stop bragging. All right? Just get 1st place and go home." In the arena, Fang Qing whispered something to Zhu Jin. Then they shouted at the same time, "Fuse." Han Fei narrowed his eyes, and at the moment they fused with their spiritual beasts, they disappeared. How did they do that? It's just a trick. Han Fei heard something swishing at him, which seemed to be Zhu Jing's arrows. But then he heard something else. He suddenly tilted his head and waved the double knives in his hand. With a clang, someone retreated and Han Fei was about to chase when 3 spiritual energy arrows blocked his way. Clang, clang, clang. Han Fei swung his knives, and the 3 spiritual energy arrows were smashed, making the air surrounding Han Fei oscillating. Humph, not again. Han Fei moved his body sideways, and one of his knives suddenly flashed with spiritual energy. He waved it as fast a bolt of lightning, and a violent explosion erupted in the air. Fang Qing suddenly appeared. She was gliding on the ground. Han Fei swung his knives, and shattered a spiritual energy arrow shot from behind. He felt like a demon, looking at Fang Qing with a sarcastic look. Han Fei taunted them, "That's all you've got?" Fang Qing was shocked. She could feel that he only had the strength of an intermediate fishing master. How could he be so powerful? As a hunter, even a peak-level fishing master would have to be very careful in a fight against her. But he blocked her all-out blow so easily. Jin, arrow rain. Fang Qing disappeared again, and Zhu Jin shot an arrow into the sky. When the arrow fell, it had become a dense rain of arrows, which undoubtedly affected Han Fei's perception and hearing. Not bad. Attach. 7 tails suddenly appeared behind Han Fei, and at the same time, he clenched his purple bamboo rod. In others' eyes, Han Fei was posing. The sky was full of arrows, and Fang Qing was lurking around, but this guy was standing still and holding a rod in one hand to play it cool. Some people were surprised. What was Han Fei's contractual spiritual beast? How could he have tails? Moreover, why were the tails look like chains? When the rain of arrows fell, the 7 chains behind Han Fei moved. Clank, clank, clank. Staying in the arrow rain for 5 seconds, Han Fei suddenly shouted and swept the purple bamboo rod in a 360-degree circle. The purple bamboo rod flashed with spiritual energy and drew a shiny circle in the air. At this moment, Fang Qing suddenly appeared. In order to avoid Han Fei's rod, she jumped up and thrust the dagger in her hand at Han Fei. However, when she saw the playful smile hovering over Han Fei's lips, she was shocked. She knew she underestimated her opponent. Han Fei suddenly thrust the rod into the ground and pulled the tip of it sharply in the opposite direction from Fang Qing. Bam! Fang Qing was bounced away, and she spouted a mouthful of blood. Han Fei didn't look at her, but quickly took the fishing rod from his back. With a swoosh, the fishing rod cut through the air and shot directly at Zhu Jin. Zhu Jin frowned and kept shooting arrows at the rod, but the fish hook dodged as if it had eyes. Xiao Wushuang was shocked. Shoot! It's a hook technique. When did he learn such a powerful hook technique? The audience had forgotten to shout as their mouths just hung open. Where was this fatty from? This was crazy. He is way too powerful. At the moment Zhu Jin tried to escape, the fishhook suddenly accelerated, tied her up, and flew back to Han Fei. Han Fei sneered. What is the difference between a man and a fish? Since I can catch fish with a fishing rod, I can catch people with it too. In the rear, Fang Qing struck again. This time, Han Fei didn't look back. He pulled the tip of purple bamboo rod again and bounced her away again at the moment Fang Qing attacked. Fang Qing was sent flying again, and Zhu Jin was already caught in Han Fei's hand. Han Fei loosened the fishing rod and grabbed the long bow in Zhu Jin's hand. I thought there would be a great fishing master among you, but to my disappointment, there is not. Han Fei slapped Zhu Jin's abdomen and directly destroyed her spiritual heritage. Not because he was cruel, but because Zhu Jin was so powerful that she might endanger the heavenly water village in the future. Han Fei picked up the longbow and kept shooting arrows while Fang Qing hurriedly dodged them in fright. However, this time, she overestimated Han Fei. Han Fei's shooting skill was so poor that he failed to shoot her after shooting more than a dozen arrows. Han Fei held the longbow and muttered, "Keep dodging. Let me try again. Don't worry. I think I can hit you soon." Fang Qing's face turned dark. "Is he humiliating us?" Fang Qing said angrily, "I admit defeat." Han Fei said, "Please don't. Don't you want to continue?" Zhu Jin finally came back from the sharp pain, her face was pale, and her eyes were glassy. Only at the moment that she started to fight Han Fei did she feel how horrifying he was. She even had a feeling that he could easily cut her head off if he wanted. Han Fei said indifferently, "Don't blame me. Your spiritual heritage is not completely destroyed. You can still cultivate, but you'll never be able to become a fishing master again." The audience fell into silence. The people of the Heavenly Heart Village had never thought that they would lose. Every year they won. What was wrong today? How did the Heavenly Water Village suddenly become so strong? Not only Han Fei, but many other players from the Heavenly Water Village were also different from before. The referee was silent for a long time before he announced the juvenile team of the Heavenly Water Village won the competition. But after a comprehensive evaluation, the adult team of the Heavenly Water Village only ranked 4th. So their overall score is 2nd place. Han Fei watched Fang Qing taking Zhu Jin away and shouted to the referee, "Wait a minute." The referee looked at him with a frown. "Yes?" Han Fei grinned. "Can I challenge the adult team?" "What?" The audience was in an uproar again. What? This was the first time in history that a member of the juvenile team had challenged one of the adult teams. Han Fei pointed to the team of the Tianyue village. "Sure Feiyu, do you dare accept my challenge?" Arrogant. "I'm so pissed. I really want to kill this fatty. Damn it, I want to vomit blood. Shit, kill him." Han Fei once again angered the public, and the team of the Tianyue village was also in an uproar. Some people in the adult team were about to rush up, but their captain stopped them. Sure Feiyu looked panicked. "I don't accept his challenge. If you win, no one will praise you, but if you lose, it will be a big disgrace for us. This fatty is dangerous. He is strong. Very strong." Seeing that no one dared accept his challenge, Han Fei muttered, "You guys are all chickens." Those who heard him just wanted to tear him apart. But Han Fei returned to the team casually, thinking that with his current strength, he should be considered a genius and should have met the standard for a genius by old Jiang. In the team, no one spoke to Han Fei. Xiao Wushuang finally broke the silence. "Well, Wang Baiyu, when are we going? Back to the town?" Wang Baiyu thought for a while. "In a few days. Wait until we recover. Otherwise, we won't be able to protect ourselves when we go back to the town." Xiang Nan was talking to He Xiaoyu. "He Xiaoyu, I find that you've become prettier recently." He Xiaoyu was overjoyed. "Really? How pretty?" Xiang Nan said cheekily, "No one else is prettier than you in our village." Chen Qing asked Jia Tong, Are you going to eat hot pot when we go back to the village? Jia Tong nodded. Sure. We won't be able to eat it when we go back to the town. Han Fei? Han Fei was speechless. Do none of you care about me, the champion? I just won first place. Xiao Wushuang passed by Han Fei. Go, go, the competition is over. Let's go. Back to the village. We'd better not stay in the Heavenly Heart Village anymore. He Xiaoyu nodded. Yes. I'm going home to play fish dragon cards with my father. Who can make up the fourth person? Xiong Nan responded. Let's go. Count me in. Han Fei? They left safely as the Heavenly Heart Village dared not do anything to them. They did lose, not to mention that no ordinary people could beat Han Fei. When they returned to the Heavenly Water Village, it was already late. The village leader held a banquet in a fish dragon hot pot restaurant. At the same time, he informed the whole village that the Heavenly Water Village got second place in the resource competition and won 3,000 portions of spirit awakening fluid this year. Hearing this great news, every family decorated their houses with lanterns and streamers, and either played cards or ate barbecue. The fish dragon's business was booming. At the dinner table, Qin Hai, who had just recovered a little from his injury, asked Han Fei, Han Fei, what's your real strength? Qin Hai was shocked when he heard that Han Fei had massacred the Heavenly Heart Village and won first place. Han Fei scratched his belly. I'm only a fishing master. The others didn't know what to say. An intermediate fishing master was a fishing master, so was a peak-level fishing master, but the two were like clouds and mud. Wang Baiyu said seriously, Han Fei, you should go to the town. The village may have restricted your growth. Han Fei simply replied, I'm going to the town soon. In the evening, sitting at the door, Han Fei was drinking liquor with old Jiang. Grandpa, wasn't I awesome this time? Now do you admit I'm a genius? Old Jiang scoffed. Ho ho, such a little achievement. How do you still have the cheek to brag? Do you think I don't know that? You kept shooting arrows, but couldn't shoot your target. Han Fei was helpless. Is there anything that you don't know? Old Jiang sneered. Do you think you've done a great job? But the mayor didn't talk to you, which means that you're not a genius yet in his eyes. Understood? So only if the mayor talks to me, can I be taken as a genius? Gulp. Yes. Old Jiang took a mouthful of liquor. You don't understand. You have to be more excellent to enter the fourth academy. Do you think these little guys coming back from the town are strong? No, their strengths are only at the bottom of the barrel in the town. What is there to be proud of winning against them? Han Fei. At this time, Jiang Qin came out of the house, winked at Han Fei, and went towards the training ground. The training ground. Jiang Qin went straight to the point. How soon will you go to the town? Han Fei thought for a while. After I become a great fishing master. I think. It's not easy, and may require a lot of spiritual energy. Jiang Qin wondered. Huh? You don't have enough spiritual energy? Han Fei smiled awkwardly. Yes. Jiang Qin frowned. Have you used the spirit gathering array? Han Fei nodded. Not yet, but I don't think it helps. Jiang Qin narrowed her eyes and looked at Han Fei. Once you make a breakthrough, your capacity for spiritual energy will increase and you will absorb a great deal of spiritual energy from the outside world. How can you lack spiritual energy? Han Fei hesitated, not knowing how to explain. Fortunately, Jiang Qin didn't ask any more, but said, there are still treasure lands in the level 1 fishery. Don't you have a mantis shrimp? It's good at digging holes. Go to the mine. It is said that chances hide in the mine. A lot of people go there because someone once found a lucky fortune in the mine. Mine? Han Fei had never considered this place at all. What are those stones used for? Other than refining? Every time he passed by the mine, he saw someone wandering there. So he thought that there was no chance in the mine. But hearing Jiang Qin's words, he wasn't sure anymore. Dig holes? Did she mean that he should enter the mine by digging holes? Early the next morning, Han Fei went straight to the sea without telling anyone, heading for the seabed mine. After the resource competition, many people went to sea today. Keeping a low profile, Han Fei put away the fishing boat and dove into the sea. Han Fei called out the 9-tailed mantis shrimp. 9 tails, let's go. Although the fishing masters were not afraid of going into the sea, very few of them chose to do it, so Han Fei hardly met anyone along the way. About 2 hours later, Han Fei came to the seabed mine. Sure enough, there might have been very few people elsewhere, but there were still people carrying a pick and mining. Han Fei asked, 9 tails, can you dig through the stones? 9 tails waved his big claws as if saying no problem. Han Fei patted 9 tails' head and dove directly to the bottom of the sea. He chose a place where nobody was, randomly picked a hole dug by others, and went into it. Dong. Han Fei slapped the head of the shrimp. Dig with care, okay? Do you want to jolt me to death? Han Fei looked at the pit that was dug out by 9 tails. Even if 9 tails digs up a treasure, he might break the treasure. Suddenly, Han Fei brainstormed. Wait, can Little Black bite through the stone? Little Black and Little White looked blank when called out. Little Black? Han Fei patted Little Black's head. Can you bite the stones? Little Black showed his teeth and swam to the stones. Han Fei thought it was about to bite them, but he just kissed them and swam back as if complaining that this thing was not tasty. Han Fei was helpless. Did I ask you to eat them? I want you to dig through them. Reluctantly, Little Black took a bite and bit out a small hole. Then he spat out the stone in his mouth and looked back at Han Fei. Han Fei covered his face. Forget it. I know I can't count on you. All food, but no work. Little White looked at Han Fei as if saying that this guy was all food but no work. He didn't even bother to eat fish. I have to do it for him. Little White shook its tail, circled in the hole a few times, and swam away. Hey. Little White, where are you going? Seeing that Little White had swam out of the hole, Han Fei hurriedly said. 9 tails, stop digging. Let's go. Han Fei followed Little White, wondering if Little White discovered something. All this little guy did was swallow spiritual energy and play cute with Han Fei. This was the first time Little White had taken the initiative to leave his side. 10 minutes later, Han Fei followed Little White to a hole that other people had dug and went into it. Han Fei wondered. Shall I dig from here? 9 tails, it's up to you now. Dig hard and I'll reward you with rare creatures and help your 8th and 9th tails grow out. Dumb. Like a boxer, 9 tails kept punching the rock wall of the mine. Han Fei wondered whether the mine would collapse because of his punching. What if the Mine really collapses? But Mantis Shrimp was really an expert in digging holes. Every time he punched, the stones were broken a bit. Then he reached out his claws and dug out the broken fragments. Han Fei followed behind to pick up the gravel. Ruby? I don't know what it can be used for. Maybe a pendant or something? Black iron block, but this is too small. Nothing can be made with it. Fine iron nugget, how does this mine have almost everything? Han Fei muttered as he picked behind. When Nine Tails dug more than 100 meters deep, Little Black suddenly moved. He bit at the stones on the side, and piece by piece, bit out a palm-sized hole. Han Fei saw a flash of light in the hole and then saw Little Black biting out a shimmering stone. Name: low-quality spiritual stone. Introduction: condensed from the essence of spiritual energy, contains a lot of spiritual energy, and helps cultivation. Spiritual energy 9,658 points. Edible effect: inedible. Absorbable. Han Fei gasped. Oh my gosh. A piece of stone contained nearly 10,000 points of spiritual energy. Weren't they even more valuable than spiritual fruit? Han Fei was ecstatic. Wow, he made a fortune. Did Jiang Qin already know the secret? Yes, it must be. Old Jiang and Jiang Qin couldn't be simple. Little Black, is there any more? Dig them out. I will feed you rare spiritual fish. Nine Tails looked at Han Fei aggrievedly. This was dug by me, okay? Why do you feed him rare spiritual fish? Little Black took 2 more spiritual stones from the cave and then refused to enter again. Han Fei knew that the spiritual stones had all been dug out. He slapped Nine Tails' head. Keep digging. Come on. One day later, Han Fei had dug 9 low-quality spiritual stones. In this way, he gained more spiritual energy than what he blackmailed from the hexagon starfish. In order to become a soul warrior, he had consumed 700,000 points of spiritual energy in the past 6 months, plus the spiritual energy he obtained from practicing combat skills. He had used at least 1 million points of spiritual energy in the last 6 months. Even so, he was only a peak-level fishing master and he hadn't reached the 3rd level of void fishing yet. God knew how much spiritual energy it required to deduce it again. 3 days later, someone came to the mine and exclaimed, "Huh? Why do I feel that the mine's spiritual energy seems to be a little less?" Someone continued to mine, only to find that the probability of digging black ironstone seemed to be reduced. 10 days later, all the people who came to the mine discovered that something was wrong. The spiritual energy of the mine dropped sharply, and even the fish schools coming here were less. 15 days later, with a loud thud, nearly 1/10 of the seabed mine of the level 1 fishery suddenly collapsed. Han Fei's face was somber. Nine Tails, what's the problem with you? I told you to dig with care. Look, the mine collapsed. Nine Tail was very aggrieved. Didn't you ask me to dig as hard as I could? Now it's my fault? Han Fei pulled apart a pile of gravel, found 3 low-quality spiritual stones from inside, and immediately threw them into Forge the Universe. In the past half-month, he had dug a total of 159 low-quality spiritual stones. Nine Tails, keep digging. Dig up. Dig away. Otherwise, we'll be stuck here. 3 days later, when Han Fei saw a red spiritual stone, he was stunned. Name: ultra-quality spiritual stone. Introduction, condensed from the essence of spiritual energy, contains a huge amount of spiritual energy, and helps cultivation. Spiritual energy 920,168 points. Edible effect inedible. Absorbable. Hiss. Han Fei gasped. What? A stone containing 920,000 points of spiritual energy? That is amazing. It took me half a year to spend all 700,000 points of spiritual energy. Now a single stone can provide me enough spiritual energy. For more than half a year? Wow, I feel so rich now. Han Fei hurriedly came up to carefully knock off the pale red spiritual stone. Haha, an ultra-quality spiritual stone. No one expects that there is such a treasure in the level 1 fishery. Bam. Just when Han Fei pulled out the ultra-quality spiritual stone, the mountain cracked, and a huge crack appeared in front of Han Fei's eyes. Not good. It's going to collapse. Han Fei quickly took back 9 tails, little black and little white, and immediately swam out along the crack. Tens of minutes later, a chubby figure suddenly jumped out like a swimming fish. Behind him, the seabed mine collapsed. Countless fishing masters went to the seabed mine from the 8 villages to search for treasure. But Han Fei had already slipped back to the heavenly water village. There must be spiritual stones embedded in the crumbled mountain, but he didn't bother to get those fragmentary spiritual stones. Now he had more than 150 low-quality spiritual stones, and also an ultra-quality one. Little did he know that the village leaders all flew into a great rage. Who the F***ck stole the core of the mine? Shameless bastard. Once the mine has no spiritual energy, it will become a pile of deserted rubble. F***ck, I'm gonna kill that bastard. Even Jiang Qin was stunned when she heard that the mine collapsed. I just said to dig some spiritual stones, but didn't want you to hollow out the whole mine. In the training hall of the fish dragons, there were dozens of low-quality spiritual stones in front of Han Fei. He guessed this was the way they were used. He was going to make a breakthrough. After a moment, with a click, a pillar of spiritual energy penetrated Han Fei's head. And the spiritual stones in front of Han Fei broke one after another. In just 15 minutes or so, nearly 20 spiritual stones broke. Click. Click. When Han Fei opened his eyes again, the corners of his mouth twitched. He counted down, and 48 low-quality spiritual stones shattered into slag in total. This meant that this time he used nearly 500,000 points of spiritual energy to become a great fishing master. This number startled Han Fei. Oh. Did I consume this much spiritual energy to make this breakthrough? He looked at his data. Owner, Han Fei. Level 13, a junior great fishing master. Spiritual energy 70,122, 1899. Spiritual heritage level 3, high quality, upgradable. Spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish. Weapon, purple bamboo rod. Major art, the second volume of Void Fishing, miraculous hook. Mysterious level, divine quality. Han Fei gasped again. What happened? My upper limit of spiritual energy increased by 900 points at once. Are my eyes dazzled? Great fishing master. Is this the power of a great fishing master? That's really strong. Haha. Han Fei laughed out loud, but suddenly found that the fat on his face didn't wobble as much as before, but when he looked down at his body, he found that he had lost a lot of weight. If he was a ball before, now he was a small ball. Becoming a great fishing master helped him lose a quarter of his weight. Han Fei walked out and the two guards at the door were stunned to see him. Young master, you've lost so much weight. Haha. Yes, I'm thinner. You have a good tongue. You can get 10 mid-quality pearls from Li Gang. Oh. Thank you, young master. Seeing this, the other guard hurriedly flattered, young master, I'm sure you'll be as handsome as before within half a month. Haha. You have a good tongue too. You can get 10 mid-quality pearls too. Han Fei strolled to the hot pot restaurant and Li Gang was shocked when he saw him. Young master, you've lost weight. Han Fei laughed and the fat on his face wobbled. Ha ha ha. Yes. How do I look now? Am I much more handsome? Li Gang smiled fawningly. Sure. But young master, you have always been handsome. Han Fei beamed with a smile. Okay, go about your business. I'm going to the village leader's home. When Han Fei arrived at the village leader's house, the latter was talking to two fishing masters in the village who had just become fishing masters. When the village leader saw him, he widened his eyes. The village leader was surprised. Han Fei, how did you become thinner? Han Fei said happily, I used to be thin. Isn't it natural for me to become thin again? Don't look down upon me. Huh? Well, forget it. I just came here for a walk. By the way, Grandpa Leader, do you have the 3rd level of true spirit fishing art here? The village leader blinked and said to the two fishing masters, well, you go back first and come here tomorrow. I have something to tend to now. After they left, the village leader said seriously to Han Fei. Are you already a great fishing master? Han Fei was surprised. Wow. How did you know that? If you're not, why would you need the 3rd level of true spirit fishing art? Han Fei scratched his belly. Ha. I made the breakthrough by a fluke. The village leader was stunned. He never expected that Han Fei would become a great fishing master so quickly. His spiritual heritage was not that good. How could he make the breakthrough so quickly? Was it because of old Jiang? The village leader shook his head slightly and took Han Fei's hand. Han Fei, have you considered changing your cultivation art? Han Fei shook his head, dumbfounded. Oh? Can one's cultivation art still be changed? The village leader nodded. Of course, the true spirit fishing art is only a mortal level, mid-quality art. There are also some high-quality, or even ultra-quality arts. Don't you want to have a try? Han Fei asked, where can I find them? The village leader smiled and quickly said, in the town. Of course, there may be some ultra-quality arts in the town, but ordinary people won't be able to get them. But it would be easy to get a high-quality art. Han Fei pondered a bit. He didn't need to change his cultivation art. His void fishing is a divine quality art. Why did he need an ultra-quality one? Han Fei asked, Grandpa Leader, can you give me the 3rd level of true spirit fishing art first? Let me keep it first. If I can get a better cultivation art, I'll use the better one, but if I can't, I'll still have the true spirit fishing art to practice. The village leader sighed. You don't understand. The true spirit fishing art has defects. Huh? What defects? The village leader said with his hands behind his back, it said that true spirit fishing was rewritten from an incomplete cultivation art handed down from the ancient times, so its effect is greatly reduced, and it is said that the longer you practice true spirit fishing, the more difficult you progress. Are you sure you still want it? Hearing his words, Han Fei was more certain that he wanted it. This art had high potential. Yes. It's too early for me to worry about this problem. The village leader paused. Yes, Han Fei only has a level 3 spiritual heritage. Perhaps he would just stop at being a great fishing master in his life. It was probably impossible for him to become a dangling fisher. Even if he did, it would be extremely difficult for him. Why do I worry so much about him? Han Fei successfully got the third layer of true spirit fishing, but after he checked the data, his face turned green. Existing art, true spirit fishing, incomplete. Level 3 water control technique, incomplete. Remarks, this generic ancient art is now incomplete after the passage of time. Repairing it will cost 1 million points of spiritual energy. Superseding art, void fishing. Level 3 water vein technique, incomplete. Degree of completion 0/100000. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Is the demon purification pot a devil? He felt that. He had known the deduction rule of the damn pot. 10 times the amount of spiritual energy was required per level. Then, when I practice the 4th level of void fishing, wouldn't I have to spend 10 million points of spiritual energy? Han Fei was desperate. 10 million points of spiritual energy wouldn't make him desperate. After all, he could spend 2 or 3 years to save this amount, but when it came to the 5th floor, it would be 100 million. Then he would have to spend decades to save enough spiritual energy. Damn, is it because you know I've just gotten an ultra-quality spiritual stone? It seems that I have to go to the town to earn spiritual energy. I've used the ultra-quality spiritual stone. Fine, let me go to the town first. Han Fei walked in with his chin up and chest out. Old Jiang was drinking and eating barbecue as if he didn't see Han Fei. So Han Fei kept walking around, 1 circle, 2 circles. When he walked 7 circles, old Jiang cursed, "Fuck off, fatty." Han Fei was furious. Are you blind, Grandpa? Can't you see I've lost weight? Old Jiang sneered contemptuously. Yes, so now you're a slightly thinner fatty. Han Fei was silent. Senior man, do you believe I'll become even thinner in a month? Old Jiang still scoffed. I don't care if you are thin or fat. Why are you still in the Heavenly Water Village? Don't you want to go to the town? Han Fei stuck out his belly. Yes, I will. So I came to say goodbye to you. In the evening, Jiang Qin came back. When she saw the table of dishes that Han Fei made, she smiled happily. Are you going to the town? Han Fei nodded. Yes. I'd like to see how awesome the 4th academy that old Jiang recommended to me is. Jiang Qin froze for a moment and then nodded. Okay, but with your current strength, you can barely go to the 4th academy to have a try. Huh? Han Fei was stunned. I can barely go to the 4th academy? Is this 4th academy a devil? But why is it a garbage school, in He Xiaoyu's view? Han Fei wondered if it was the kind of school that looked shabby, but was actually very strong. Old Jiang ate with relish. Han Fei was thinking about the 4th academy while Jiang Qin was a little absent-minded. After dinner, old Jiang threw a letter to Han Fei. You can go now. Han Fei picked up the letter and glanced at it, which read, to the old bastard. Han Fei was dumbfounded. If I take this letter out, will I be killed? Jiang Qin sent Han Fei out of the plantation. After a moment of silence on the road, she said, "Don't forget what you promised me." Han Fei said with a smile, "Of course. When I become strong, I will come back. I'm especially good at treasure hunting. No matter how mysterious a place is, I can always find some treasure." "Okay. Go to the town. It'll be a waste of your time if you continue to stay in the Heavenly Water Village." Han Fei nodded and left without looking back. "One day, I'll return with glory," he thought to himself. In the headquarters of the Fish Dragons, a meeting of core members was held. Li Gang, who was in charge of the hot pot restaurants. Elder of the Fish Dragons, Li Gan. Li Qing, who was running the barbecue stall. Chen Eriu, manager of the Fish Dragon card room. Everyone was sitting properly and no one dared to speak. Han Fei said seriously, "Today I've gathered you all here to tell you that I am leaving for the Blue Sea town." Although it was not surprising to the others, they were still in an uproar. Li Gang choked. "Young master, I can't bear to part with you." Han Fei kicked him. "Stop that fake crying. You can go with me if you really love me so much." "Well, young master, I shall stay here to guard your properties." The others all secretly despised him. Everyone knew that as the second richest man in the Fish Dragons, Li Gang and his wife were living a heaven-like life. Han Fei patted the table. "Okay, let's come straight to the point. The Fish Dragons have their rules. It is forbidden to violate the law and discipline, bully common people, or commit embezzlement or corruption." Han Fei talked a lot about the rules, and in the end, he suddenly released his power to shake everyone present to the ground, including Li Gan. Li Gan panicked. Great. Great. Great fishing master?" Han Fei withdrew his power and then said to the frightened people, "Although I am not in the Heavenly Water Village, I have friends and teachers here. If anyone dares to throw his weight around after I leave, I'll let him know what price he'll pay. By the way, a gang, send half of the Fish Dragons' monthly revenue to the Blue Sea town every month." Li Gang hurriedly nodded. "Yes, young master." Han Fei continued, "By the way, take care of my cabin. I want my home still there when I come back." Li Gang agreed, "Yes, young master, I'll clean it myself." Han Fei patted Li Gang's shoulder. "People walk high and water flows low. If I stay in the Heavenly Water Village for a lifetime, I'll never know how high the sky is." With that, he turned and left. "I'm leaving." After he left, Li Gang and the others were still standing in the meeting room, stunned. The village leader's home. Han Fei called out, "Grandpa leader, I'm going to the Blue Sea town." Sitting on the fishing boat, Han Fei was very excited. Finally, he was out of the village. The village leader took him to the town in person. Otherwise, he would have to go through a lot of red tape and pay a lot of money to go to the Blue Sea town. The village leader frowned. "Han Fei, are you really going to the 4th Academy? That school is bad. No one wants to study in it. It is said that it had its heyday 30 years ago." Han Fei replied firmly, "Grandpa leader, the other 3 schools are not in the admission season, but the 4th Academy recruits students all the time." The village leader still tried to persuade him. "But the school has a bad reputation. It's said that they have no teachers, the students sleep all day long, and the roof of the school's library even leaks." Han Fei gaped. "Really? Is the school really so terrible?" However, Despite its bad reputation, Han Fei believed that this school must have unknown secrets. Otherwise, old Jiang and Jiang Qin wouldn't have asked him to go study there. Grandpa Leader, don't worry about that. If it's really that bad, I can still transfer to another school. It's better than me idling about in the village. The village leader sighed. It's up to you. After all, you're already a great fishing master. Han Fei, you are the 9th person who became a great fishing master at the age of 12 in the history of the Heavenly Water Village. Han Fei smiled. I'm going to be 13 soon, and the angel once said that 12-year-old great fishing masters were everywhere in the city. Perhaps even a random 7 or 8-year-old child I meet on the street could already be a great fishing master. The village leader was speechless. But they're from the city while you're from the village, Oklahoma? Han Fei's white fishing boat flew for more than 2 hours before he saw the floating island of the Blue Sea town. Although Han Fei had already been mentally prepared, he still gaped. He Xiaoyu didn't lie. The town was really big. The Blue Sea town was not composed of one floating island but 5. There were countless huge chains among the floating islands and even clouds floating around them. This looks like a huge UFO from the bottom. When approaching it, Han Fei saw water flowing down against the wind in one of the floating islands like a waterfall, and he asked, Grandpa Leader, is there a waterfall on the island? The village leader looked at Han Fei as if looking at a fool. Of course. There are mountains and clouds on the island. At night, the sky is full of stars and the buildings are over 100 feet high. It's much more beautiful than you think. It's beautiful indeed. The village leader smiled. Now you know why those who are qualified to come to the town are unwilling to go back? This is a symbol of identity, and you haven't known life in the town yet. By the way, the people on the island look down on people from the villages. If you are discriminated against or sidelined, don't make a fuss. I know. I am a low-key person, and there aren't many people in the 4th Academy, right? The village leader was speechless. You're a low-key person? Do you forget you declared war on the entire Tianqin village during the resource competition? You must be kidding. The village leader emphasized. The population of the Blue Sea town is nearly 5 million, and geniuses come out in large numbers, so don't invite trouble. Han Fei said absent-mindedly, I know. Huh? 5 million, that many? Soon, the fishing boat floated out of the clouds, and Han Fei immediately saw hundreds of thousands of fishing boats patrolling around these huge islands. On the islands, he vaguely saw peaks several thousand meters high and large rivers, as well as towering ancient trees, skyscraping pagodas, and many buildings that Han Fei had never seen. In the port of the Blue Sea town, the village leader showed his identity certificate, but the staff looked at Han Fei. What are you doing here? The village leader quickly replied, well, this is a heavenly talent in our village. He came here to study. However, the staff member waved his hand. Now is not the admission season, go back. Come during the admission season. Han Fei snorted in his heart. Who do you think you are? You're just a fishing master. How dare you treat us like this? If it were in the village, I would have beaten the hell out of you. The village leader smiled fawningly. He didn't come to study in the 3 academies, but the 4th Academy in the Blue Sea town. 4th Academy? The staff member froze for a moment and then sneered. Is there still anyone Willing to study in the 4th Academy? Is it because you're not qualified to enter the town? Hanfei slightly released his aura. I am qualified. The staff's face changed slightly. Are you a great fishing master? The staff couldn't help but be surprised. A young great fishing master wanted to go to the 4th Academy to study? Was he out of his mind? However, because Han Fei showed his strength, the staff no longer picked on him. There were a lot of great fishing masters in the town, but Han Fei, who became a great fishing master at such a young age, could be considered a heavenly talent, and most of them were studying in the 3 academies. The staff handed over a wooden slip. This is a temporary pass. If you do not enroll in school within 15 days, you'll have to return to the village. Otherwise, you will be expelled. Han Fei frowned. Leader, are the people in the town all so arrogant? The village leader smiled. Not as arrogant as you. Hey, I'm not arrogant. I was being like that for a reason. What reason? Han Fei clenched his fist. To avenge my companions. The village leader grunted. You lose your cool too easily. Young people, don't lose your cool so easily. They were walking in the fair outside the port while vendors' calls could be heard without end, and the commodities sold here were quite different. On the roadside, someone shouted, rare armored turtle that has just been caught at sea. Does anyone want it? It's selling cheaply. Only 80 mid-quality pearls required. Spirit chasing shrimp for sale. 40 mid-quality pearls each. Any takers? Iron fish body polishing fluid on wholesale, 5 mid-quality pearls a bottle. Buy 10 bottles, get a bottle for free. Delicious oysters, 1 mid-quality spiritual bead for 2 oysters. Does anyone want it? Look for someone to explore the second-class fishing grounds together. Reimburse the total medicine cost and bait fee, 100 mid-quality pearls. Anyone in? Suddenly, a bearded man looked at Han Fei and said, Boy, I have a bull conch. Here. Do you want it? I only charge 200 mid-quality pearls. You won't regret buying it. Han Fei waved his hand awkwardly. I don't have enough money. Sorry. Han Fei was surprised. Did people here only use mid-quality pearls? The village leader explained, don't believe them. You can haggle the price by half or even lower, and it is not difficult to catch these things. Han Fei nodded. Okay. Han Fei then passed by the shops along the street. At a glance, he saw a treasure fishing rod shop and the posted notice read, Big sale. 20 mid-quality pearls for 1 fishing rod. There was also a fish bait store whose notice read, all goods will be 20% off. Don't look at these stores. The best fishing rod shops and weapon shops in the town are all in the center of the town. Do you see that tower? That tower is called Linglong Tower. It almost sells everything you can imagine. Han Fei swallowed. It sounded quite high class. After he entered the school, he would find an opportunity to check it out. Now he was rich. Money was no problem for him. There were various kinds of shops on his way and fishing masters were almost everywhere. So this was the town. Not bad. Soon, Han Fei and the village leader came to a huge chain. The village leader explained, the 4th Academy is relatively remote. It's on the northernmost floating island. Apart from the 4th Academy, there is only a large plantation on the island, and not many people live there. Since You've learned how to plant spiritual fruit from old Jiang, you can try planting some there. Leader, how do we get there? The head of the village pointed at the chain and said, walk there. This chain is so thick. The width of a single chain is tens of meters. Are you afraid of falling off it? Han Fei shrugged. It's my first time being here. Isn't it strange to walk the chain? But such a thick chain won't shake, will it? I've gotta hurry up to practice the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing and the indestructible body art after entering the school. Otherwise, my new classmates will think I'm a fatty. After walking past the chain and the plantation, Han Fei wondered why the plantation had no guard. Wasn't its owner afraid of thieves? Passing by some shabby houses, Han Fei saw a school in front of a big mountain. The school sign was hanging on the archway, reading, Hug Academy. Han Fei was stunned. Hug Academy? What does this mean? The village leader's face was all black. It's supposed to be Thug Academy. Han Fei almost vomited a mouthful of blood. Shit. Is the school so poor that it doesn't even have the money to change a sign? Thug Academy had become Hug Academy, but no one fixed it? Han Fei took a deep breath. Since he had come, at least he should go in and check it out. Han Fei knocked on the door, asking, hello? Duong. Han Fei avoided quickly, and the sign that was about to fall finally fell on the ground, stirring a cloud of smoke. The village leader immediately got angry. What a lousy school. Han Fei, let's go. Han Fei hurriedly said, no, leader, wait. Let me check it out. Han Fei shouted, hello? Is anybody here? Any? Shut up. Can't you see I'm sleeping? Han Fei looked around, only to see 300 meters away, under a big tree, an old man with gray messy hair was lying on a lounge chair and sleeping. Han Fei twitched the corner of his mouth. Is he the twin brother of old Jiang? Han Fei walked over and opened his mouth to speak. The old man slightly opened his eyes. Boy, you broke the plaque for our school. You must compensate. 100 mid-quality pearls. Han Fei stumbled. What? This old man charged him 100 mid-quality pearls for a piece of broken wood? Was he trying to rob me? The old man's voice suddenly turned cold. What? You don't want to pay? Han Fei was helpless. Fine, I'll pay you, but sir, I am here because I want to study in the school, but where are the teachers and students? Study here? The old man finally opened his eyes and looked at Han Fei up and down, asking, what is your past record? Huh? The old man said impatiently, I'm asking you what achievements you have made? Thinking of the village leader's words, Han Fei hurriedly said, I'm a low-key person, so I haven't achieved anything great. The old man waved. Then go. Our school does not recruit low-key people. What? The village leader came up to pull Han Fei away. Han Fei, let's go. Hurry up. I don't want to stay here. Leader, calm down. Han Fei looked back at the old man. Low-key, that's impossible. I've done a lot of great things, and no one of my age can beat me in the 8 villages. Is that enough? The old man shouted, go away. Our school does not recruit braggarts. Han Fei scratched his belly. Cough, I was only making a joke just now. When I was in the Heavenly Water Village, I wiped out the Heavenly Water Villages. Largest gang, the Tigers. I won first place in the Heavenly Water Villages fishing trial. And I also got first place in the resource competition this year. Is that enough? The old man said again, go away. Our school does not recruit braggarts. Hanfei was helpless. I was not bragging. What I said is true. You can ask the students from the 8 villages whether I beat them or not. In the final battle, I fought against 2 people from the Tianqin village alone. And I don't even bother to mention it. The village leader's face grew darker and darker. He couldn't bear it anymore. So he went outside to wait for Hanfei. However, the old man slightly turned his head. No one your age can beat you. In the 8 villages? Hanfei patted his belly. Yes, and I only used one of my combat skills. The old man said, show me your spiritual beast. Hanfei was stunned for a moment. Sir, may I show you my contractual spiritual beast? 9 tails, come out. With a flash of light, a huge mantis shrimp appeared, shaking its 7 tails. Huh? The old man's face slightly changed, but Hanfei didn't notice it, because 9 tails was already punching the ground like crazy. Hanfei rushed up and kicked it. Behave yourself. Don't move. Hanfei looked back again. Well, what do you think of it, sir? The old man grunted. Just so. Where's your spiritual beast? Let me see it. Hanfei struggled for a while. Well, okay. If he studied here, he would have to show his spiritual beast sooner or later. So with a flash between his eyebrows, Little Black and Little White appeared. Hanfei believed that this old man would not be able to see Little Black. As for Little White, except for a black spot on his head, his longer tail, and nicer scales, he seemed to be no different from other spirit-swallowing fish. Spirit-swallowing fish? The old man immediately lost interest and waved his hand. The students enrolled in our school all have exotic spiritual beasts. Hanfei shot back, but my contractual spiritual beast is exotic. After all, it's not just about your spiritual beast. How about this? If you can do something big in the Blue Sea town, we will consider admitting you. Hanfei wondered what the old man's identity was. After thinking about it for a while, he looked at the school and took a deep breath. Do your words count? Can I see the students and teachers at the school? The old man said impatiently, I don't know. Are you going to do it or not? If not, just get out. Hanfei was very angry. This old man was simply outrageous. He almost wanted to summon 9 tails to teach him a lesson. Hanfei grunted. Okay. Then it's a deal. I'm going to do something big. Wait. For my good news. Hanfei turned around and strode away. The village leader quickly said, do you believe me now? Such a lousy school. God knows why the town hasn't removed it. Hanfei frowned and wondered, right. If this school was really as bad as it looked, why hadn't the Blue Sea town gotten rid of it? After all, this floating island was very big. Even bigger than the Heavenly Water Village. Hanfei rolled his eyes. Grandpa Leader, would you like to go back to the village first? I have some other things to tend to. If the school doesn't accept me, I'll go back by myself. The village leader narrowed his eyes. What things are you going to tend to? You don't know anyone in the Blue Sea town. Leader, do you forget He Xiaoyu and the others? They are right in the town. Then he handed old Zhang's letter to the village leader. I have to deliver a Letter for old Jiang. The village leader doubted him. Where? Han Fei grinned. The third academy. The village leader smiled and stroked his long beard. I'm glad you've changed your mind. The fourth academy is not a good choice. It's said that the strongest master is from the third academy. It is not bad to go there. The village leader took it for granted that old Jiang wrote this letter to recommend Han Fei to the third academy, which he certainly supported. The head of the village was relieved. Okay, you can go back by yourself. I'll go back first. Okay. Han Fei saw the village leader to the port. Then he ran towards the third academy after asking people about its location. The third academy was called the Waterfall Academy. Han Fei stood at the gate of the academy and said to the guard, I'm here to see someone at this school. The guard looked at Han Fei, who was as fat as a ball, and said in dislike, Humph. No one is allowed in except students of the school. Who are you looking for? I'm looking for Yi Nanfei, a teacher in the fighting department of your school. The guard looked at Han Fei up and down. Who are you? You can just go to Mr. Ye's home. I don't know where his home is. The guard laughed. You don't even know where his home is? Why do you want to see him? I want to challenge him. Pooh. The guard almost slipped to the ground and immediately yelled at Han Fei. Are you crazy? F***ck off. You must be out of your mind. Han Fei. Han Fei was pushed out and attracted many people's attention. Han Fei grunted and turned away. 10 minutes later, Han Fei returned, holding a purple bamboo rod, carrying the black iron rod on his back, and having 2 knives at his waist. He also had a wooden sign beside him, reading, The people in the third academy are all cowards. I, Han Fei, want to challenge Yi Nanfei of the fighting department. Hiss. The guard who pushed him out just now hurriedly rushed out, pointed at Han Fei, and yelled, You damn brat, are you looking for death? What are you doing here? Han Fei blinked. But you won't let me in. I am here to challenge Yi Nanfei. The guard immediately scolded him. Now leave. Is this where you can stay? Han Fei said with a smile, Am I occupying your land? Isn't this part of the third academy? Why do you stop me? Just call Yi Nanfei out. But at this time a large number of students had gathered around, and when they saw the words written on the sign, they were immediately pissed off. Was this guy provoking them? Fatty, how dare you? Which school are you from? Han Fei remained calm. I'm not in any school. I came from the Heavenly Water Village. The students froze and then burst into laughter. Haha. Look at this silly bumpkin from the countryside. Who the F***ck do you think you are? Fatty, are you out of your mind? Yi Nanfei. How dare you challenge a teacher of our fighting department? You crazy idiot. Han Fei suddenly shouted loudly, The people in the third academy are all cowards. Come on, fight me. Hearing Han Fei's words, all the students around got angry. Someone immediately shouted, Fatty, you are too arrogant. Let me teach a lesson. Han Fei glanced at him. You're too weak. F***ck. The young man rushed up and swung his rod at him, and the surrounding people cheered up for him. Some people sneered. This just serves him right. Bam! The young man who attacked with his rod was shaken out violently and bumped into several people. Han Fei thrust the purple bamboo rod into the ground. I said you were too weak. Is this all you guys have got? Anyone else? Fatty, shut up. Let me fight you. Han Fei, come on, let's fight one-on-one. Bastard, I'm gonna cut you into pieces. All Han Fei heard was a constant buzzing in his ear, and he looked at these people in disdain, saying, I'll give you a chance to challenge me. You can. Come up together. Shit. I'm gonna fight you. A man thrust a long spear at his body with a jerk, and the tip of it was shining with flickering spiritual energy. Han Fei slightly moved his body sideways and waved the purple bamboo rod in an instant. Then the attacker was sent flying at a faster speed than which he himself moved. The students froze. This fatty doesn't seem to be simple. Brat, not bad, but you are too arrogant. You've gotta learn to respect. Let me fight him. I come first. Go away. Let me fight him. They all began to gang up on Han Fei. Bam, bam, bam. At the gate of the Waterfall Academy, there was a large crowd of people and, after only several minutes, more than a dozen people were sent flying through the air. There were still many students who surrounded Han Fei and were preparing to fight him. Suddenly someone shouted behind him, What's going on here? What a mess. Damn, it's Wang Ming of the fighting department. This time, Han Fei will be doomed. Wang Ming is already an advanced fishing master. He can beat this fatty easily. Han Fei looked at Wang Ming and shook his head. You are not my opponent. Call Yi Nanfei out. Wang Ming was stunned for a moment, then when he saw the words written on the sign, he got furious. That's too much. Which school are you from? The Blue Sea Academy or Peerless Academy? I'm not in any school. I came from the Heavenly Water Village. Wang Ming was shocked again. Came from a village? Then how dare he be so provocative? Wang Ming sneered. I'll fight you. Han Fei said flatly, I said you were not my opponent. Wang Ming was furious again. Then let's see who will lose. Someone shouted, Fatty, who do you think you are? I bet you can't survive a single blow from Wang Ming. Some people sneered, yes, maybe his head will be chopped off. Wang Ming's weapon was double axes. He jumped into the air, and the axes in his hand flashed with cold glints. Just when Wang Ming was about to launch a spiritual energy explosion attack, he suddenly found that Han Fei's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Bam! Pooh! Han Fei's purple bamboo rod flashed, and Wang Ming was shaken away and spat out a mouthful of blood. Han Fei fully released the power of a great fishing master and spiritual energy surged in his body, causing the people around him to keep retreating. What, a great fishing master? How is it possible? How old is this fatty? How is it possible for him to be a great fishing master? He just said that he had not yet entered a school. Really? How can a person from the villages be so strong? Hurry up, report to the teachers. Although there were still people around him, they stayed far away from him. There was nobody within 5 meters of Han Fei. Not only was the Third Academy astir, but the whole town was in an uproar. A passerby was surprised. Did you hear that? A brat from the countryside blocked the door to challenge the Third Academy and claimed that the people in the Third Academy are all cowards. Really? Yes, they're already fighting. Let's go check it out. After 10 minutes or so, dozens of people came towards the gate. The man walking in front was Ji Nanfei, who Han Fei knew. Apart from Yi Nanfei, there were several elder people. They were teachers, all of whom were great fishing masters. In addition to these teachers, Hanfei also saw a few students who were also great fishing masters. Not bad. It seems that there are quite a lot of great fishing masters among the students. Hanfei, Hanfei. Hanfei suddenly saw a figure rush over. It was Jia Tong. Jia Tong couldn't believe his eyes. It was really Hanfei. Shoot. Why are you here? Hanfei was surprised. Are you studying here? Jia Tong nodded. It's not just me. Chen Qing is also here. He is coming here now. I didn't believe it when I heard your name. What are you doing here? Hanfei smiled. I'm here to challenge someone. Look, he's come. Yi Nanfei had walked up to Hanfei. Little fatty, it turns out to be you. Wow. You have lost weight. Hanfei held his head high. I used to be thin. Your students ganged up on me the other day. Now I'm here to challenge you. Dare you accept my challenge? Hanfei looked behind Yi Nanfei and saw the sword-bearing boy and the bow-bearing boy he met that day, and he smiled at them. It seems that I came at the right time. The sword-bearing boy said coldly, that day, 5 of us fought you, and today I will challenge you alone. Hanfei scoffed. I know you're already a peak-level fishing master, but that's not enough. You don't deserve to fight me before you become a great fishing master. The sword-bearing boy shouted, you're too arrogant. Hanfei said lazily, the 5 of you can fight me together. I don't mind defeating you again. The sword-bearing boy was about to speak, but was stopped by Yi Nanfei. He said simply, okay, Hanfei, I accept your challenge. Come on. Yi Nanfei had just said that when a female teacher said, Mr. Yi, are you sure to accept the challenge of a boy? In the opinion of this female teacher, this was very unwise. Since Hanfei dared to come, he must have something in him. They had all heard about Han Fei's 1-5 fight. If he was not confident with his strength, he wouldn't have come here. More importantly, it was nothing new for students to beat a teacher. There were many students who could beat their teachers almost in every school. Hanfei looked around. Fight here? Yi Nanfei nodded. Yes. Okay, as you wish. Yi Nanfei said to the surrounding people. Everyone, step back 20 meters. Hanfei held his rod. Now, let's start. With that, Hanfei stepped out as quickly as a bolt of lightning, leaving a deep footprint on the ground. Yi Nanfei suddenly pulled out the long rod in his hand, which turned into dozens of rod shadows. Hanfei's purple bamboo rod was shining with spiritual energy, and he quickly drew a circle in midair, and immediately a large circle of spiritual energy appeared, blocking the dozens of rod shadows. Hanfei took the opportunity to attack. His attack was as fast as lightning, and extremely powerful and violent. Although he didn't use much spiritual energy, his attack was as powerful as a spiritual energy explosion. Fuse. Yi Nanfei looked solemn. This boy was too strong. Although he had just become an intermediate great fishing master, he still couldn't resist Hanfei's violent force. An exotic red-brow shrimp. Not far away, a student shouted very excitedly. Hanfei sneered. So what? When the shrimp swung its 2 whiskers at Hanfei, he stepped into the air, turned back, and shot out the purple bamboo rod in his hand like a bow. Bam! The surrounding students were shaken as they retreated from the huge force. Han Fei touched the ground with the tip of his toes and drew out his double knives. Clang, clang, clang. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. It was too quick. How could he use the knives so quickly? The sword-bearing boy turned pale. Is this guy already so strong? He can even overwhelm Mr. Yi in combat skills. Yi Nanfei was also shocked. His shadow whip combat skills were completely suppressed and his spiritual beast couldn't exert its ability either. Rotating blade. Han Fei threw out the two knives in his hands and appeared behind Yi Nanfei in a blink of an eye. Spiritual energy protective cover. Yi Nanfei immediately covered his body with a spiritual energy protective cover and the long rod in his hand swept back, while Han Fei grabbed his purple bamboo rod in midair. Spiral strike. The rod twirled and went straight to Yi Nanfei's chest. Yi Nanfei had just blocked Han Fei's rod and double knives when another strike came at him. Bam! Yi Nanfei was sent flying dozens of meters, and before he had any time to react, Han Fei had put his double knives against his neck. In the shocked stare of everyone, Han Fei withdrew his double knives, picked up the purple bamboo rod, crushed the wooden sign with one foot, and turned away. Wait, Yi Nanfei shouted. Han Fei, how about you join our academy? Han Fei said without looking back, no, I've chosen another school. The crowd made a way for him, and after Han Fei disappeared into the crowd, Yi Nanfei spat out a mouthful of blood. Many people were shocked in the vicinity at Han Fei's shot to fame. He defeated Yi Nanfei, a teacher from the fighting department of the 3rd Academy, and he simply swaggered off. Then someone found out that Han Fei was heading towards the 4th Academy. At the moment, Yi Nanfei was healing himself with the help of a female teacher beside him. How is that brat so powerful? The female teacher exclaimed. Yi Nanfei rubbed his chest. Yes. He attacked very quickly and effectively. From the moment the fight started, he had taken the upper hand. Can he enter the top 100 heavenly talents? Yi Nanfei mumbled, maybe more than that. Hiss. The female teacher couldn't help asking, should I chase after him? Yi Nanfei shook his head and smiled bitterly. No, this boy is very stubborn. And knows what he is doing. At the moment, Yi Nanfei noticed that his students, especially the sword-bearing boy, were in low spirits. Do you know why I didn't allow you to fight him? You can be defeated once. But not again. He is no longer your whetstone. If I let him defeat the 5 of you again, it will seriously hurt your confidence and even become your psychological shadow. The sword-bearing boy looked up. Teacher, will he really become one of the top 100 strong masters? Yi Nanfei was a little stunned. I don't know. But, you know, this is his first time to the Blue Sea town. Hearing this, everyone around Yi Nanfei was shocked. Although this was his first time in the Blue Sea town, he created such breaking news. After a while, someone came to report, Mr. Yi, do you know where Han Fei went? He ran to the 4th Academy. Huh? 4th Academy? The sword-bearing boy asked, Teacher, the 4th Academy, isn't that a run-down school? It doesn't have any students or teachers. What is he doing there? Yi Nanfei was silent for a moment. The 4th Academy also had its day in the past. At that time, that school was the #1 school in the Blue Sea town. Even Thousand Star City was not its opponent. It used to be a legend. Unfortunately, it has fallen away. The 4th Academy was too arrogant and aroused public wrath, so many of its students and teachers were hunted down and killed. Hiss. For the first time, the students heard about the glorious record of the Fourth Academy. Even Thousand Star City was not its opponent? Was this a joke? Fourth Academy. A strong bearded man came back carrying a bamboo basket. When he saw the plaque on the ground, he said helplessly, "Old boy." The plaque fell. The old man said lazily, "So what? It was about fall anyway." The bearded man shook his head, wiped the plaque with his sleeve, placed it aside, and then flaunted to the old man, "Old boy, you know what, I sold a bull comp today and earned 100 mid-quality pearls." The old man scoffed. "Big deal. I earned 100 mid-quality pearls doing nothing." Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes and sat up. "Ah. That brat didn't give me money." The bearded man was stunned. "Which brat?" "Oh yeah, today it is said that a boy from the countryside blocked the gate of the Third Academy and claimed that the people of the Third Academy were all cowards." The old man was not surprised at all. "What he said is true, isn't it?" The bearded man smiled bitterly. "Well, at least it's better than our school. But that boy beat Nanfei, a teacher from the fighting department of the Third Academy, in less than 5 minutes. Gee. Unfortunately, that boy is a soul warrior. If he wasn't, we may consider recruiting him." While the bearded man was speaking, he saw a meatball-like boy carrying a huge package that was several times larger than him come in. Han Fei waved to the old man. "Sir, I'm back. I've done something big." The bearded man froze. "Who is this kid?" The old man raised his eyebrows. "I don't know. He said he wanted to come to our academy to study. It was he who made the plaque fall, so he owes us 100 mid-quality pearls." The bearded man? Han Fei towed his big package over and exclaimed when he saw the bearded man. "Oh. I seem to have seen you at the Ports Fair? You were the one selling bull conches." The bearded man scratched his head. "Really?" Han Fei said to the old man, "Sir, did I pass the test? Today I crushed the Third Academy. Am I awesome? Now am I qualified to join the Fourth Academy?" The bearded man was startled. "Was that you? Are you that Han Fei who made a scene at the gate of the Third Academy?" Han Fei scratched his belly. "Did you see it?" The bearded man shook his head. "No, I heard it. Do you want to join our Fourth Academy?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes. You see, I brought all my belongings with me. Pots, quilts, bowls, low-level spiritual fruit, fresh ingredients. Is there a kitchen here? Let me put these in the kitchen." The old man looked stunned and quickly stopped Han Fei. "Wait, boy, when did I say you passed the assessment?" Han Fei stared at the old man. "Didn't you ask me to do something big? Did I say that it was an assessment? Besides, you just beat a teacher. What's the big deal of that? How do you have the cheek to claim you've crushed the Third Academy, Han Fei?" The old man sneered. "Okay. I like your style. It's a bit like our schools. But our academy's tuition is very high. You've got to pay this number." The old man raised 2 fingers complacently. Han Fei was stunned. 2,000 mid-quality pearls? It's a little expensive, but that's okay, I can pay it. The old man. The bearded man. The old man muttered in his heart, I wanted to say 200. Aren't you from the countryside? How are you so rich? Han Fei took out a bag from the big package, which was full of mid-quality pearls. The old man and the bearded man were stunned. Wow, is this fatty so rich? Han Fei couldn't show Forge the Universe, so he had to carry such a big package himself. The bearded man kept winking at the old man, and the latter looked back at him in bewilderment. Cough. Well, kid, since you are so sincere and have paid the tuition, I will give you a formal assessment, but the assessment fee. The old man raised a finger again. Seeing his movement, the bearded man almost rushed up to cover his mouth. Hurry up, accept this kid. Why the hell do you still want to assess him? We need him. Han Fei scratched his belly again. Is there a charge for the assessment? Well, okay. If I need to pay for the assessment, I guess the accommodation is not for free either, right? Fine, here are 5,000 middle-grade pearls. Take them and keep the change. Cough, cough. The old man coughed and almost fell off the chair. He stood up and said to Han Fei, although our academy is recruiting spirit gatherers, not soul warriors. Before he had finished speaking, his eyes widened. Han Fei's hands flashed with spiritual energy, and as Han Fei stamped on the ground, a spirit gathering circle appeared on the ground, and in an instant, spiritual energy rushed into this circle from all directions. Han Fei grinned. Spirit gatherers? I happen to be a spirit gatherer. The old man quickly looked up at the sky. Well. Xiaozhan, what are you waiting for? Call those little bastards over. As the old man said this, he tucked away the 5,000 mid-quality pearls in his chair and then said to Han Fei seriously, meet your classmates. If you can. Hold out under their attacks for 10. 5. Forget it, 3 minutes, you'll pass the assessment. Han Fei's face changed dramatically. Are the students of the 4th Academy strong? 3 minutes? Are you kidding me? I must hold out for 10 minutes. In less than 10 minutes, Han Fei saw 5 people running from a distance. One was the bearded man who had just left, and Han Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. Wow, what a cute, pretty girl. Han Fei's mouth almost watered. In his heart hid a 30-year-old soul. It was normal, he was attracted to this pretty girl. This girl, with a ponytail, had snow-white teeth, rosy lips, watery eyes, and pink cheeks. She looked quite energetic with 2 daggers hanging from the waist, from which he could tell she was a hunter. What a beautiful girl. Han Fei stared at her and couldn't move his gaze away. Hey, fatty, what are you looking at? Well. Hi, beauty. Han Fei soon realized that he shouldn't act like this. How could he be so evil as to covet such a little girl? Oh, here comes another fatty, fatter than me. Haha, I am not the only fatty in school now. Han Fei looked aside and saw a fatty who was much thinner than him and was looking at him excitedly at the moment. Han Fei's face changed. Classmates, I must tell you that I am not fat. I am just not noticeably thin. A boy holding a rod said in a low voice, I bet this fatty has a thing for Xiaochan. I can tell it from his eyes. I have to say I admire his courage. The little girl glared at the boy, who immediately shut up and looked up at the sky. Han Fei looked at the boy and felt so jealous. This boy was so handsome. But Han Fei immediately turned to the girl, trying to show his elegant side. Xiao-Xiao-Chan, what a nice name. A cicada is dormant for years, just to chirp. For a single summer, as does epiphyllum bloom in a flash, but waits for the entire day. Xiao-Xiao-Chan narrowed her eyes. Do you know about cicadas? Ah. What a nice voice. Han Fei grinned. Her voice was really nice. Huh? There was also an iceberg-like beauty next to Xiao-Xiao-Chan. Although she was good-looking too, she was not as energetic as Xiao-Xiao-Chan. Han Fei paused and quickly said, I read about cicadas from an ancient book. All right. Stop chattering. Han Fei, as long as you can hold out for 3 minutes under their attacks, you'll be admitted to our school. But I have to remind you that if you fail, I won't refund your tuition. The slovenly old man said proudly and seemed to be very confident about these teenagers. At this time, the little iceberg beauty who remained silent said, I'm Luo Xiaobai, a manipulator and junior great fishing master. My spiritual plant is an exotic blue cannibal flower. The fatty, who was a lot thinner than Han Fei, laughed and said, Brother, I'm Lu Renquang, a junior great fishing master and armorist. My spiritual beast is an exotic spiritual clam. I hope you can hold out for 3 minutes. Then we will definitely make good brothers. Han Fei despised him in his heart. Are you so nice to me because I'm fatter than you? As for that handsome boy, he said lazily, I'm Zhang Xuanyu, a peak level fishing master. I'm a soul warrior and my spiritual beast is an exotic bloodthirsty shark. Brother, I know you're rich. I like to make friends with rich people. May you pass the test. A cunning gleam flashed across Xiao-Xiao-Chan's eyes. I'm Xiao-Xiao-Chan, a junior, great fishing master and hunter. My spiritual beast is an exotic shadow shrimp. Oh, yes, I also have a second spiritual beast, an exotic giant arowana. And, I don't like fat people. Han Fei. Han Fei was dumbfounded after hearing their self-introductions. Are great fishing masters so easy to come by? They are almost all great fishing masters. What a bunch of monsters. More importantly, each of them had an exotic spiritual beast that sounded quite awesome. And this little girl even had 2 exotic spiritual beasts. He had never heard of anyone having 2 exotic spiritual beasts. This shabby academy seemed to be full of great talents. Han Fei took a deep breath. I'm Han Fei, a junior great fishing master, as well as a spirit gatherer and soul warrior. My spiritual beast is a spirit swallowing fish. They immediately looked at Han Fei strangely. What? A spirit swallowing fish? The bearded man looked at Han Fei with interest. Interesting. A guy whose spiritual beast is only a spirit swallowing fish can be both a spirit gatherer and a soul warrior? And he managed to become a great fishing master at this age in a village. He must be really talented. The bearded man asked, Han Fei, are you ready? 3 minutes, okay? Han Fei took a deep breath. Although the 4 students looked harmless, they made up all 5 major professions, and all of them had exotic spiritual beasts. And were almost all great fishing masters. He must be very careful. Yes. I'm ready. The bearded man shouted. Ready? Go. The 4 people on the opposite side shouted at the same time, fuse. Han Fei immediately activated fury and shouted, attach. After half a year's battle with Jiang Qin, one thing dawned on him. A soul warrior would stop at nothing. No matter what kind of enemies were in front, they would just slaughter their way through. Han Fei, who released all his strength, was very powerful. In a blink of an eye, he lifted his rod and made a strike against Zhang Xuanyu, who also struck at him. But at this moment, a fatty appeared suddenly, and a giant shield appeared in his hand. Clang! He hit the shield hard, which caused a huge cloud of dust within tens of meters, but neither the fatty nor Han Fei stayed still. Han Fei was surprised. But then he noticed a figure jump up behind the fatty. Triple-layered waves in furious sea. Clang! 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 In an instant, Han Fei seemed to feel the surging tide. In the blink of an eye, he was attacked 3 times in a row and knocked back by 7 or 8 steps. The battle of course didn't end. Han Fei noticed that there was something darting at him through the air from behind, which seemed to be able to break his defense. In an instant, Han Fei thrust the purple bamboo rod into the ground and lay forward in a weird posture. The rod was bent and ejected toward the blade shot over from behind. Clang! Han Fei felt that the person behind him retreated. Before he had the time to take a breath of relief, however, he felt that his feet were entangled in vines. He instantly took out his double knives and chopped off the vines, and at the same time, the 7 tails behind him swept across, sweeping away the other vines that had come around. Zhang Xuanyu called out, "Not bad. Come, try my 7-layered waves and furious." See. That rod danced in Zhang Xuanyu's hands like a butterfly, and as it swung, there seemed to be turbulent waves dashing against him. Han Fei seemed to see a phantom of huge waves coming at him, surging layer by layer. Han Fei felt as if being surrounded by enemies from all directions. Blade storm. Han Fei immediately protected himself with a spiritual energy protective cover and rotated like a gyro, releasing deadly blades from 360 degrees. Clank, clank, clank. Clang. 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 Bam. 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 For a while, the vines flew around and the glint and flash of cold steel flashed. On the far side, the beard tugged on the old man's arm. He has proven his strength. 3 minutes is too long. Now it's only been 1 minute. Han Fei was shocked. He thought that he was already invincible among his peers. But now the 4 monsters told him he was wrong. He couldn't believe. They were just junior great fishing masters. Their strength was almost equal to that of a peak-level great fishing master. Han Fei twisted his body in strange postures, trying to break through the circle of the 4. But just as he was about to break out, the seemingly harmless fatty suddenly patted his armor box. Shield wall impact. Then Han Fei saw dozens of giant shield phantoms suddenly hit at him head-on. Han Fei took a deep breath, and suddenly a circle appeared under his feet. A swirling water tornado appeared in the air, rolling him into the sky. Then the water tornado turned into a water vine, pulling him aside. Han Fei's face changed. The fight had just started 1 minute ago, but he had used at least 10 combat skills. The slightest bit of carelessness would make him defeated. Han Fei thought he might be able to hold out for 1 or 2 minutes, but 10 minutes seemed a bit difficult, unless haunting shadow. Han Fei had just landed and Xia Shaochan had already turned into a shadow and pounced at him with extremely fast speed, thrusting the dagger in her hand at him in an unimaginable angle. Is this the strength of a hunter? Han Fei felt that Fang Qing, who he met in the resource competition, could not even be considered a hunter. Compared to Xiao Shaochan, she was simply trash. Scar of War Shadows. Han Fei's body suddenly overflowed with spiritual energy, and he bumped against the four of them like a madman. Clink, clink. Bam. Great strength. Han Fei stopped 10 meters away from them, and Zhang Xuanyu, the weakest among the four, was knocked out. Lu Renkuang muttered, "He has a very strong defense. Let me." Violent war. Body. Han Fei saw that the fatty dashing at him seemed to use a combat kill similar to Scar of War Shadows. Humph. How dare you laugh at my figure just now? Now let me teach you a good lesson. Han Fei also pounced at him like a missile exploding. As the two of them collided, there came a huge explosion. Under the impact of the huge airflow, the school gate was completely broken, the old man's chair also fell apart. And there was a huge pit at the place where the two collided. Lu Renkuang was sent flying, and Han Fei, for the first time, felt as if his 5 internal organs were wrung together. Gosh, this little fatty is strong. Thorn, strangle. Han Fei was speechless. Not again. Can't these people give him a break? Han Fei saw within 4 or 5 meters of his feet, countless vines pop out. He swept with his 7 tails, but couldn't cut them off. Xiao Shaochan roared, shadow-piercing. Zhang Xuanyu followed, crazy shark. Fuse. Han Fei finally said the word. He had no choice but to do so. He underestimated the geniuses in this world. He had thought that he could easily win against the 4 of them, but now it seemed that he was going to lose soon. The smoke dispersed. Zhang Xuanyu flew back dozens of meters away, covering his chest with one hand. Luo Xiaobai turned slightly pale, and the vines scattered here and there in front of her. Only Xiao Shaochan almost changed into a shadow, holding double daggers, hacking at Han Fei. Now she didn't look like a cute little girl at all, but a tough female Tyrannosaurus. One of Han Fei's eyes turned black and the other white while he attacked extremely fast. Every single attack of Xiao Shaochan was blocked by Han Fei from an incredible angle. Clanking sounds rang ceaselessly in the big pit. How dare you call me beauty? Don't you dare talk to me that way. I hate the way you look at me. And how dare you hit me? I'm gonna kill you. Xiao Shaochan kept muttering. Every 5 or 6 blows she made, she muttered. But Han Fei was no longer gentle to her like before. His face looked ferocious and cruel. He even showed his white teeth as if going to jump up and bite her. Xiao Shaochan frowned and then suddenly disappeared. Han Fei lowered his head and found that there was a shadow on the ground. Almost in the blink of an eye, he felt he was slashed dozens of times in the legs, lower abdomen, and back. Bam! Han Fei gathered all the spiritual energy around, which suddenly exploded around him. But that shadow appeared more than 10 meters away and turned into a human form. Then Xiao Shaochan clenched her double daggers and slashed at Han Fei. Again. Suppress. The bearded man suddenly appeared between them, slapping Xiao Shaochan away. And at the same time, stopping Han Fei's fusion with his spiritual beast. Han Fei sat down on the ground and gasped. Han Fei swallowed. Why were you attacking me so hard? Han Fei was out of breath. The little girl's perfect image in his heart was completely ruined. Is that a cute little girl? Come on, even iron-headed fish wasn't as tough as her. Now not only these 4 students, but also the bearded man and the old man were looking at him up and down with great interest. Lu Renquang was out of breath too. Brother, you've passed the assessment. Despite being pale, Lu Renquang rushed over and seemed to want to hug Han Fei. Thinking of the horrible result of colliding with him, Han Fei was scared. He quickly waved his hand. Don't come over. I warn you, don't come over. I don't like fat people. Lu Renquang said aggrievedly, but you're fat too. Even fatter than me. Han Fei was angry. Nonsense, I used to be thin, the very thin kind, the thin and handsome kind. Lu Renquang burst into laughter. Well, I used to be thin too. Zhang Xuanyu smiled while holding his rod. You're very strong. I like you. So. Han Fei, when will you treat us to dinner? Han Fei asked, treat you to dinner? Zhang Xuanyu blinked and said, yes. Lu Renquang added, yes, every new classmate will invite us to dinner. I feel I become thinner after fighting with you. Han Fei was relieved. Okay. I brought pots with me. I can cook. Lu Ren was shocked. Can you cook too? Too? Lu Renquang immediately pointed his finger at the others, look. I said that. Fat people can cook, and you thin people will only enjoy the fruits of others. Labor. Luo Xiaobai snorted, ignored Lu Renquang, and looked at Han Fei. Hello, new classmate. Han Fei rolled his eyes. I don't feel well. I feel as though my internal organs were wrung together. Xia Xiaochan appeared quietly behind Han Fei. Do you want me to rub them for you? Han Fei shivered and burst into a cold sweat. He quickly got up and ran up to Lu Renquang. Xia Xiaochan, I warn you, don't come over. I don't hit girls. Let me rub them for you. Looking at the aggrieved look of Xia Xiaochan, Han Fei trembled. Do you think? I don't know what kind of a person you are. You're the most terrifying one among the four. Wow. Now we have all 5 kinds of professionals here. Han Fei looked up, only to see a middle-aged beautiful woman jump off the top of the big tree, looking up and down at him. The woman said, gee, he has an exotic contractual spiritual beast that even we haven't heard of, and that spirit-swallowing fish is also an exotic spiritual beast, right? You're both a spirit gatherer and soul warrior. Your defense power is comparable to Little Fatty, combat power is a bit stronger than Zhang Xuanyu, and speed can keep up with Xiaochan. Old Bai, where did you find this little monster? The old man didn't seem to expect Han Fei to be so strong, which was completely beyond his expectations. But he still said arrogantly, he came to me himself. The bearded man laughed. Haha, our academy finally recruited 5 people. Great. I think we can go out for a big meal tonight. The old man's face suddenly changed, and he glared at the bearded man. Shut up. Do you have the money? Then he looked at the mess around and said to Han Fei, the school was almost destroyed by you. Forget it, you don't have to pay. You are already a student of our thug academy. Han Fei looked around. It was already shabby enough, and now it didn't look worse. The bearded man said helplessly, okay, then let's cook ourselves. Han Fei, let me introduce to you, this is Dean Bai of our thug academy. You can just call him Old Bai. I'm your instructor, Xiao Jia. I'm a soul warrior and armorist. My spiritual beast is an exotic 8-armed conch. This is instructor Wenren Yu. She is a manipulator and her spiritual plant is an exotic sword grass. Hi, Dean. Hi, Mr. Xiao. Hi, Ms. Wenren. Han Fei scratched his belly. Teachers, where is my dorm? Cough, cough. Lu Renquang patted Han Fei on the shoulder. Dorm? We don't have a dorm. Han Fei? Han Fei was surprised. Then where are we living? Lu Renquang said carelessly, anywhere. This place is so large. Even the mountain behind is ours. You can live wherever you want. Zhang Xuanyu also came over and patted Han Fei's shoulder. You know, we only have this archway and a library building left in our school. Boom. As soon as Zhang Xuanyu said so, the archway suddenly collapsed. Han Fei. Zhang Xuanyu. Everyone was silent for a long time. Han Fei was thinking hard, trying to work out a solution. He didn't want to live in the wild like a savage. Han Fei asked, why not build some houses? Lu Renquang looked at him like he was looking at a fool. It costs money to build a house. Zhang Xuanyu nodded. We don't have money. Han Fei calmly stated, I just paid 5,000 mid-quality pearls as my tuition fee. What? Lu Renquang widened his eyes, and Zhang Xuanyu looked at Han Fei with shining eyes like looking at a pile of mid-quality pearls. Xia Xiaochan exclaimed. Wow. Even the iceberg, Luo Xiaobai, showed a startled look. Everyone looked at the old man. Wow, this old bastard is really ruthless. How could you charge him for 5,000 mid-quality pearls as the tuition fee? Old Bai rolled his eyes. I didn't ask him for this money. He gave it to me himself, okay? Cough. I've decided to take 3,000 mid-quality pearls to build our academy. It will be enough for us to renovate our school. Han Fei secretly snorted. The old man was just as sly as old Jiang. These old bastards diddled me without even batting their eyelids. However, these kinds of mysterious old men can bring me many benefits. If I hadn't hooked up with old Jiang, I wouldn't be where I am, not to mention. Would I be a soul warrior? So Han Fei waved his hand. 3,000 won't be enough. I'll personally contribute 7,000 more and make up 10,000. Let's renovate the school thoroughly. Old Bai was stunned. The bearded man was stunned. So were the 4 students. Old Bai quickly nodded and said, very good. So it's so decided. Let's find some people to renovate the school tomorrow. Is this kid stupid? His family must be very rich. Lu Renquang put his arm around Han Fei's shoulders. Brother, may I be your friend? Zhang Xuanyu patted Han Fei on the shoulder. I can be quite sure that you will definitely be my good brother. Brother, how about going out for dinner tonight? Xia Xiaochan interrupted, haughty, can I make you a deal? Han Fei? Han Fei was stunned. Are you serious? Didn't you just say you were gonna kill me? But now you're calling me haughty? Han Fei took a deep breath. What kind of deal? Han Fei asked bluntly. If I need someone to pay for me, you'll pay for me. If you have any trouble, don't come to me. You can't hold my hand, but I won't date you. Han Fei. That night, the school had planned to hold a feast to welcome Han Fei, but this plan was dismissed in the end because Old Bai didn't want to spend the money. At this moment, at the foot of the mountain, a temporary kitchen in the woods, a pearl fish was being cooked in a big pot. Han Fei proficiently threw all kinds of spices into the pot, and soon, the aroma of the hot pot spread all around. Lu Renquang, the so-called first chef of the Thug Academy, was following Han Fei closely and his mouth was drooling. Lu Renquang asked curiously, Han Fei, isn't this a yellow ball? This thing is not tasty. Han Fei said with a smile, there are no bad foods, but only bad cooks in this world. I'm making chili and sour potato. Xia Xiaochan was staring at a plate of small white shrimp, frowning from time to time. Han Fei, these shrimps are alive. Han Fei no longer took Xia Xiaochan as a cute little girl. He casually responded, that is called drunk shrimp. They've just gotten drunk now. Wait. For a while. Old Bai shouted furiously, Han Fei, isn't it a waste to feed shrimp such good liquor? How can you waste this great liquor on low-level small white shrimp? Han Fei glanced at Old Bai holding the wine jar and the bearded man and said helplessly, well, can you give me my seasoning back? There is still a lot of liquor. Old Bai refused, I didn't expect low-level spiritual fruit to have such wonderful effects. I used to let them rot in the fields. Han Fei added, they are also seasoning. Only at this moment did Han Fei realize that the huge plantation outside also belonged to the Thug Academy. It almost occupied 1/3 of the island. He couldn't understand why the Blue Sea town would give them such a large area. This old man is so stupid. Why didn't he lease it to earn some money? Old Bai questioned, huh? Why are there so few low-level spiritual fruits? Didn't you dig some from outside? Han Fei said crossly, I brought them from the village. Old Bai was surprised. You said you came from the Heavenly Water Village. Do you know the old man in the plantation of the village? Han Fei took out old Zhang's letter from his pocket. This is old Zhang's letter to you. Huh? Old Bai took the letter in surprise. As soon as he saw the words old bastard on the letter, he knew that it must be from old Jiang. Old Bai was not angry but wondered, why didn't you take out this letter early? Han Fei smiled bitterly. Old Jiang said that I was barely qualified to enter the 4th Academy, so I wanted to try it out. But it turns out that what he said is true. Old Bai said leisurely, oh. It's good that you know your distance. If I had known that it was old Jiang who asked you to come here, you would have had to hold out for an hour to pass the assessment. Han Fei? Not far away, the middle-aged beautiful woman, Wenren Yu, and the iceberg, Luo Xiaobai, were in front of the barbecue grill, staring at the golden prawns, mussels, and various roasted fruits on the grill while sniffing their noses. From time to time, Han Fei walked over, brushed oil on the food again, and then smeared the garlic sauce on them. The two of them immediately swallowed saliva. Han Fei turned back with a jerk. Xia Xiaochan, the drunk shrimp aren't ready yet. Wait for a while. Xia Xiaochan looked down. I didn't. As she opened her mouth, however, a small white shrimp jumped out of her mouth. Han Fei instructed, fat man, turn down the heat. If you overcook it, it won't taste good. Lu Renquang laughed. Now, you are the fatty. I am thinner than you. Han Fei. After a moment, the hot pot, barbecue, and dishes were served one by one. Han Fei said, okay, our first sumptuous dinner has been made. We can start eating. Before Han Fei finished, he found that Lu Renquang and Xia Xiaochan's mouths were already full of food. Lu Renquang was holding a garlic prawn and kept stuffing food into his mouth. Old Bai and Beard Xiao took a sip of liquor and took a bite of the mussels, beaming with joy. Xia Xiaochan's eyes were shining. It's so delicious, Xiao Bai. Don't let Quang Quang cook anymore. Let Han Fei cook for us in the future. Zhang Xuanyu clicked his tongue and nodded. Yes, their culinary skills are like clouds and mud. Lu Renquang was not annoyed. I am learning from him. Only our fat people can cook such delicious food. Han Fei's face was all black. I say it again, I am not a fatty. My being fat is only temporary. Luo Xiaobai was calm as usual. She didn't eat with her hands, but ate bit by bit. It's delicious. No one had time to speak to Han Fei. Han Fei, dumbfounded, watched this group of gluttons eating up all the dishes like a whirlwind sweeping away scattered clouds. And he only ate 2 garlic prawns. After the meal, everyone became Han Fei's friend. Even Iceberg Luo Xiaobai smiled at him. Having dined and wined to satiety, Old Bai said, I'm going to bed, as he wandered away. Xiao Zhan and Wenren you left too? Han Fei asked, where do we sleep at night? Zhang Xuanyu said casually, Quang Quang and I are both sleeping in a cave. Shall we dig a cave for you? Lu Renquang waved his hand. He can sleep with us. Han Fei, do you want to sleep with us in the cave? Han Fei shivered and shook his head hard. How about the president and the teachers? Lu Renquang said enviously, President sleeps in the library. Han Fei turned to Xia Xiaochan, who said, Xiaobai, and I also sleep in a cave. Han Fei smiled. Can I share the cave with you too? Suddenly, 2 murderous stares shot at him. Xia Xiaochan smiled and said, Little brother, I don't mind. Anyway, you will become our little sister the next day. Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang couldn't help but clamp their legs in terror and shut up. However, they secretly gave Han Fei a thumbs up. Buddy, you are the bravest man we've ever seen. Han Fei smiled awkwardly. Forget it, I will build a house for myself. Lu Renquang immediately lost interest. How troublesome. It's better to sleep in a cave. Han Fei glanced around and asked, Can I cut down the trees here? Zhang Xuanyu snapped his fingers. You have the money. You have the final say. The whole forest is yours. You can cut as much as you want. Han Fei immediately came forward to cut a big tree. I finally changed from an ordinary person to a cultivator. How can I live in a cave? Isn't it even worse than before? It's impossible for me to live in a cave, especially with 2 men. As Han Fei kept raising his arm and hacking, wood boards appeared in front of the others piece by piece. Luo Xiaobai was surprised. Are you really building a house? Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, the new classmate is awesome. He seems to know everything. Xiao Xiaochan drew near and asked, Can you build one for me? Han Fei responded, One man's power is limited. Let's share one house, okay? Okay, but only after you become my sister. Although you're a bit fat, I can still accept you. Han Fei. Han Fei carried big chunks of wood and jumped up and down. Then everyone realized that this guy was going to build a treehouse. They immediately got interested. They had slept in a tree before, but no one thought about building a house in the tree. Half an hour later, a treehouse was built by Han Fei. He laid mattresses and quilts on the floor and decorated the house with a few rubies that illuminated the treehouse brightly. Seeing this, no one wanted to go back to the cave. Han Fei sat on the trunk. Why aren't you leaving? Xia Xiaochan's eyes lit up. She jumped onto the tree and said to Han Fei, Let me try it out. Then she lay down inside and rolled around happily several times. It's so comfortable. I don't want to go back to the cave anymore. I'm going to sleep in the tree tonight. Okay, I'm going to bed. Good night. Hanfei? Hanfei shouted quickly, hey. Wait a minute. Didn't you say you'd just try it out? Why are you sleeping in it? Xiao Xiaochan said with a sly smile, I've tried it out. You are too heavy for this treehouse. You need to find a bigger tree. Look, that tree is suitable for you, thick and big. Okay, I'm going to sleep now. Don't disturb me, or I will summon my giant arowana to bite you. Hanfei was trembling with anger. Xiao Xiaochan, you've gone too far. I have been tolerating you for too long. Okay. I'll build another one for you. I'm doing it for your own good. Fatties need to exercise more. You should do more exercise to become as thin as Kuang Kuang. Hanfei was speechless. When did Lu Renkuang become his weight loss goal? Half a month later. The school buildings were finally built. The archway of the Thug Academy was rebuilt and the plaque of Thug Academy was hung up again. During the last half a month, Hanfei served as a construction supervisor, checking the drawings every day. Thinking of what he did in the last half a month, he almost burst into tears. I'm here to cultivate, not to build a house. Now Hanfei was squatting with the 4 others, and the 5 of them stared at the library building in a daze. Lu Renkuang asked, why is the library building the tallest and most beautiful building in the whole school? Hanfei said, casually, only in this way can the essence of a school be embodied. Xiao Xiaochan held her chin in her hand and sighed. But nobody comes to our school. There are only 5 of us here. Why do people all go to the other 3 academies? Hanfei was speechless. Don't you know why? You guys have got no money and no people. The students live in caves and the president lives in the library. If old Jiang hadn't asked me to come here, I wouldn't have come either. At this time old Bai, Xiaozhan, and Wenren Yu came out of the library. Xiaozhan said coldly, okay, today is your first class. The first lesson in the Thug Academy began on such a plain day. This was a day destined to be extraordinary. No one knew, because of this lesson, how many heavenly talents the Thug Academy would produce in the endless years to come. Xiaozhan, who had just come out of poverty, was like a different person compared to the gentle uncle who was peddling bull conch when they first met. Xiaozhan walked down the stairs step by step and looked at everyone coldly. I know you must be eager to go to class and the fishery to improve your strength, but I want to ask you a question first. Have you ever thought, why you should become a fishing master? Why should you become stronger? Can anyone tell me? Xiaozhan roared out his last sentence, which stunned the 5 people who were still feeling lazy. Is this still that gentle uncle they remembered? Luo Xiaobai took a step forward. I don't need a reason to become stronger. I want to become stronger just because I want it. Xiaozhan asked again, is there any other answer? Zhang Xuanyu answered, this is a world where power talks. If you don't want to be bullied, want to stand out, and want to live the life you want, you have to become stronger. Only in this way will you avoid being trampled on by others. Xiaozhan turned his eyes to Xiao Xiaochan. Xiao Xiaochan, how about you? Xiao Xiaochan smiled. For freedom. Xiaozhan snorted coldly. For freedom? Then Lu Renkuang, what about you? Are you for food? Lu Renquang smiled embarrassedly. Then Xiao Zhan turned his eyes to Han Fei. Han Fei blinked. The world is so big. I want to see it. Huh? The others all looked at Han Fei. This reason is strange yet justified. They couldn't rebut it. Xiao Zhan sneered. You don't know anything. You think you are geniuses, so. You are so proud of yourselves. You don't even know that you are as small as ants. This world is never lacking in talent. Maybe you will rank among the top 100, top 10 strong masters, or even become the strongest in the Blue Sea town. If you transfer from the Thug Academy to any other academy, but so what? Even if you become the strongest, you're still an ant. You know nothing about this world, Xiao Zhan said seriously, and his voice was majestic. He looked at everyone. No matter what you do it for, but first of all, it is because of responsibility. Everyone wants to cultivate successfully, to win a carefree life, but who can do it? I hope you can remember the word responsibility over the next few years. Xiao Zhan pointed to the sky. Once, the Thug Academy won a lot of fame and glory. Once, the Thug Academy had countless students in the 1,000-star city. Once, the Thug Academy swept the surrounding 36 towns and was invincible in the 1,000-star city. The Thug Academy used to be a symbol of strength and a cradle from geniuses, but do you know why the academy declined in the end? Han Fei widened his eyes. What? The Fourth Academy used to be so strong? Swept the 36 towns and was invincible in the 1,000-star city? He must be bragging. Xiao Zhan snorted coldly. Before, I was as naive as you. I was arrogant and thought the Thug Academy was invincible. However, when we were strong enough to know some secrets, my companions who were as bright as stars all died or disappeared. No one could stop it. We were so vulnerable that we couldn't even withstand a single blow. Xiao Zhan's voice suddenly fell deep. At that time, the Thug Academy declined. And we almost lost all our teachers and students, and the past glory was long gone. At that time, I was thinking about a question: why should we become fishing masters? Why were we fishing? What was the point of fishing? Han Fei and others all looked stern and listened carefully. What was the secret that destroyed a school that used to be so powerful? Xiao Zhan's eyes turned red. The infinite ocean below gives you strength, with which you are becoming stronger. But you don't know why you want to be stronger. I will tell you this answer, not now but when you can sweep the surrounding 36 towns again. Hiss. For the first time, Han Fei and the 4 others felt huge pressure. Sweep the 36 towns? Han Fei didn't know until today that there were other towns around. He knew he was strong, but he wouldn't be strong enough to overcome all of his peers. Especially after meeting Xia Xiaochan and the other 3, he became more humble. But now Xiao Zhan set them a target. This target was extremely difficult to achieve in their view. Overcome the 36 towns? Would there be such a genius in the town? After the lecture, Xiao Zhan pointed to the library and then to the campus. The Thug Academy has no requirement for its students' origin. Whether you come from the city or from the countryside, even if you are a fish, as long as you dare to come, we dare to teach. Provided that you won't betray the Thug Academy. If you dare to betray, we will try our best to kill you. Xiao Zhan took 6 brocade sachets from his arms and looked at the students. With a sneer. I have 6 brocade sachets in my hand, and the 6th one has the first secret about the world. The first 5 are the goals you need to accomplish now. If you can't open the first 5 brocade sachets, you don't have to think about becoming stronger. Because it doesn't make sense. You will never have real strength. Luo Xiaobai reached out and looked solemn. Please give us the 5 brocade sachets. Xiao Zhanao smiled ferociously. You want the brocade sachets? No, you're not even qualified to get the first brocade sachet. The first lesson today is to make you understand that you are very ignorant and weak and have no qualifications to be arrogant. Everyone. Xiao Zhan turned around and walked up the stairs, while Old Bai slowly walked down. He glanced at everyone and said, Xiao Zhan is finished. You will train for these 6 brocade sachets in the next 3 years, up to exactly 4 years. When you are qualified to get these 6 brocade sachets, you can graduate. At this moment, everyone looked at Xiao Zhan. It would take them 4 years to uncover a secret about this world, which sounded worthwhile. For some reason, everyone felt that it was a secret worth 4 years to learn. Old Bai said with a smile, you are all heavenly talents. Let me make a long story short. Do you know why are the 5 of you respectively engaged in one of the 5 major professions? That's because we developed such a perfect combination through countless attempts and sacrifices in the long history of fighting with the ocean. In the future, you will be the best companions. You can safely leave your back to your companions. Therefore, you must be very familiar with each other, so familiar that there are almost no secrets between you. Of course, everyone has secrets in fighting techniques, spiritual beasts, and contractual spiritual beasts, and so forth, but try not to have any secrets, because that may affect the cooperation among you. With that said, the old man looked at Xia Xiaochan. Xia Xiaochan, every time you fight, you only use shadow shrimp, but where is your giant arowana? Then, the old man looked at Han Fei. Han Fei, you have been trying to hide the secret that you have an exotic spirit swallowing fish. In combat, you only use your contractual spiritual beast. But did you know, throughout history, there were many others who had yin-yang eyes? Han Fei was shocked. Damn. Has he found out about it? It seems that this thug academy is more mysterious than I thought. The old man turned to Luo Xiaobai. Luo Xiaobai, have you told others that your blue cannibal flower can devour spiritual energy? Lu Renquang, do they know that you have an exotic spiritual heritage, madness? Spiritual heritage? Zhang Xuanyu, have you ever shown that your bloodthirsty shark can attack a soul? Everyone changed their faces. Their long-hidden secrets were all exposed. Their hearts welled up with shock and horror. So their secrets have already been seen through? At the same time, they looked at each other. All had secrets, all had their own chances, and all were sly jerks. Old Bai continued, from today, within half a month, I will not arrange any study tasks for you. All you need to do is to get familiar with each other. Familiar with each other's secrets, familiar with each other's combat skills. After this half a month, what I need to see is a team that cooperates perfectly, a team that knows one another's intentions from the wink of an eye. Luo Xiaobai said proudly, yes, President. The others all bowed their heads as if thinking about something, including Han Fei. Do they know I'm practicing the indestructible body art? Ren Tianfei said. That I would be doomed if it was found out by others. In the woods, the 5 of them were sitting in the grass staring at each other. Speechlessly. Zhang Xuanyu chuckled awkwardly. It seems that we can have nothing hidden with each other now. Then let's talk about our secrets? Lu Renquang suggested. Well, you first? I am only a fishing master, but you 4 are all great fishing masters. You must have greater secrets than I. Han Fei was still worrying about the indestructible body thing, so he said. Let me talk first. The others immediately looked at Han Fei. I have 3 secrets. Zhang Xuanyu gaped. Gosh, why do you have so many secrets? Lu Renquang added, big shot. I'm no match for you. Xiao Xiaochan looked at Han Fei, and her eyes full of curiosity. The first one is about my spiritual beast. It's an exotic spirit swallowing fish. Just as the president said, when it fuses with me, my eyes will change. And I can see the track of the opponent's action and attacks, so theoretically, I will not be hurt. But my fusion has a defect, that is that I become extremely bloodthirsty. When I first fused with my spiritual beast, I bit a person to death. EW. Did you eat that person? Xiao Xiaochan shivered. She dared not imagine the scene. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Do I look like a man-eater? Xiao Xiaochan snorted. Who knows? On the day you entered the school, you couldn't block my attack until you fused with your spiritual beast and activated your yin-yang divine eyes. At that time, you looked as if you were going to eat me. Han Fei. Luo Xiaobai broke the silence. What about the second secret? The second one can't be said to be a secret. I accidentally obtained a combat skill called the Incomplete Monograph on 108 Ways of Body Polishing. Practicing this combat skill can shut 108 acupoints of the human body and 36 apertures, thus preventing spiritual energy from overflowing, which strengthens the body. Lu Renquang exclaimed immediately, oh my god. No wonder your body is so sturdy. After the collision with you that day, I almost died. Han Fei scratched his belly. Actually, the more I practice this combat skill, the less effect it has unless I get the complete version of it. For now, my body is probably able to withstand the attack of mortal level, high-quality weapons. In the future, it may be stronger, but at most, it will resist the attacks of low-quality magic weapons. Everyone was speechless. What the hell? His body can resist the attacks of low-quality magic weapons. Isn't that good enough? What else do you expect? Zhang Xuanyu asked jealously, the third secret? Han Fei scratched his belly embarrassedly. I used to be a thin and handsome man. I accidentally gained a lot of energy that I couldn't digest. It accumulated in my body and made me fat. As I become stronger, I will slowly consume the energy and become handsome again. Zhang Xuanyu said disdainfully, go to hell, can you be as handsome as me even if you lose weight? Han Fei choked. Humph, gigolo. Zhang Xuanyu was furious. Shut up. Under my handsome appearance, there is also my irresistible masculinity. Masculinity my ass. How old are you? Lu Renquang was frightened. No. Han Fei, are you going to become a thin person in the future? Please don't. Then I'll be the only fatty again. Xiao Xiaochan frowned. Shut up. Han Fei only told us 2 secrets. The third one doesn't count. Quang, it's your turn. Little did they know that old Bai, Xiaozhan, and Wenren Yu were eavesdropping. In the grass, not far away. When Renyu asked, Old Bai, are Yin-Yang divine eyes very powerful? With them, Han Fei can even see the track of the opponent's action and attacks? Have you seen them? Old Bai rolled his eyes. No, I just read about these kinds of eyes in an ancient book, but the record is not detailed enough. I didn't know they were so powerful. Xiao Zhan added, then what about the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing? What is that? This does exist and seems to be a venerable level combat skill. Unfortunately, it is incomplete. If it were a full version, it'd be hard to imagine how sturdy his body could become. Xiao Zhan licked his lips. Yes, he can block the attacks of mortal level high-quality weapons, although he is only a great fishing master. I can't imagine how strong he will be when he becomes a dangling fisher. On this side, Lu Renquang said, actually, I don't know much about madness. Spiritual heritage. When my spiritual heritage was tested for the first time, it showed the color of reddish-yellow. The teacher said that it was only a Level 3 spiritual heritage. Later, I progressed too fast, so I went to test again and found that the color of my spiritual heritage changed to yellowish red. Then after looking up many ancient books, I finally found out from an ancient book that my spiritual heritage is an exotic one. It is a spiritual heritage that can grow and may reach level 9 when it's fully grown. Huh, the others gasped. A level 9 spiritual heritage. How strong is that? Han Fei was also shocked. That's unfair. I have to work so hard to earn aura to upgrade, but you can upgrade automatically. However, red? Why did I see a touch of black last time I tested my spiritual heritage? Han Fei asked, do you still have that ancient book? The others immediately looked at Han Fei, who hurriedly waved his hand. Mine is yellow, a level 3 spiritual heritage. Huh? Only level 3? They were shocked again. Zhang Xuanyu said, with a level 3 spiritual heritage, you can cultivate so fast? Mine is level 6. Han Fei was also shocked. His spiritual heritage is level 6? Then why wasn't he been taken to the city? Quang, what are the characteristics or functions of your madness? Spiritual heritage? With it, I became a big eater. And you can't anger me. Once I'm pissed, something very serious will happen. How serious? I'll become crazy. It's about the same as Han Fei's bloodthirsty impulse. I can't control myself, and my strength, defense, and combat power will be at least doubled. Pooh. Zhang Xuanyu waved his hand. Keep talking. I need to go out to get some fresh air. Luo Xiaobai said coldly, sit down. It's your turn. Zhang Xuanyu said carelessly, I don't have many cool abilities as you guys. Okay? My spiritual heritage is at level 6, not high nor low, far away from a real genius. But my spiritual beast, bloodthirsty shark, can drink my enemies' blood power in combat. In addition, it can also launch mental attacks. But if the other party's mental strength is strong, it may not work. Han Fei exclaimed, wow. You can steal your enemy's blood power in combat? If I were your enemy, the first thing I would do in combat is kill you. Lu Renquang nodded. I agree. Me too. Xiao Xiaochan agreed, yes. Luo Xiaobai nodded. It's my turn now. My spiritual heritage is green. I don't know what kind of an exotic spiritual heritage it is, but it should also be able to grow up too. My spiritual beast is a blue cannibal flower. It can devour my enemy's spiritual energy and inject toxins into the enemy's skin when winding around the enemy. Besides, I can channel the plants within thousands of meters of me and make them my eyes. For example, the president and the teachers are eavesdropping on us. Everyone? Not far away, the three people blushed. God knew you had such an ability? What's wrong with our eavesdropping? Did we break any law? Wenren said helplessly, these little monsters. Xiao Zhan grinned. Not bad. Our former students were monsters too. The students were speechless, but it didn't matter if they eavesdropped. They would have to tell them these secrets anyway. Then everyone looked at Xiao Xiaochan. Xiao Xiaochan said a little shyly, I. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Speak decently. Xiao Xiaochan glared at Han Fei. My spiritual heritage is colorless. At first, everyone thought I had no spiritual heritage. Because others cannot see it, I don't know if it can grow. I seem to have the ability of mesmerizing others. But I'm not sure. Because my ability is more effective for fish. It can prevent fish from actively attacking me. The others gasped. Colorless? Xiao Xiaochan nodded a little sadly. This colorless spiritual heritage caused her a lot of trouble. Zhang Xuanyu clicked his tongue. No wonder when I saw you for the first time, I was so attracted by you. Lu Renquang blinked. But why was I not charmed? Maybe because you also have an exotic spiritual heritage. Just like me, when Han Fei saw Xiao Xiaochan for the first time, he was drooling. Han Fei denied, I wasn't. Xiao Xiaochan thrust a dagger into the ground. Do you guys want to listen or not? Okay, please go on. Han Fei was scared. Why did she draw a dagger so easily? Did she really have a propensity for violence? Xiao Xiaochan continued, I have two spiritual beasts. The ability of shadow. Shrimp, as everyone sees, is to attack like a shadow. It can make me shuttle like a shadow, so I chose to be a hunter. As for the giant arowana, I don't know its abilities. All I know is that it can cry and bite. After fusing with it, I always feel that I'm going to blow out. So, the fusion time is extremely short. I can't even hold out for 5 minutes. The eavesdropping trio. Wenren looked at Old Bai. I haven't heard of a giant arowana before. Xiao Zhan echoed, neither have I. Old Bai frowned. I've seen it once. It's so strong that I can't describe it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought Xiao Xiaochan back. After everyone had finished speaking, they saw Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu hugging each other and shaking. Xiao Xiaochan spat. Gross. Han Fei snorted. I don't want to talk to the three of you who all have exotic spiritual heritages that can grow. Can't you be normal people? Tell me, are you actually from the Thousand-Star City, or where? Luo Xiaobai muttered, no comment. Zhang Xuanyu sighed. Ah. I understand your feeling. But, Fei, you are worse than me. You only have a level 3 spiritual heritage. Han Fei's brain was working rapidly. Having a spiritual heritage that can grow up is a good excuse to hide the existence of the demon purification pot. So he said, actually, I want to say that my spiritual heritage can also grow. It Just needs an awful lot of spiritual energy. Go away. Zhang Xuanyu kicked Han Fei away and squatted on the ground, sadly drawing circles. Xia Xiaochan was curious. Really? Han Fei scratched his belly. I'm not sure. Perhaps? But the color of my spiritual heritage is not as colorful as yours. Mine is yellow, like those of most normal people. Luo Xiaobai asked, has your spiritual heritage ever upgraded? Han Fei nodded. Yes. Its first upgrade was when I ate seabed spiritual fruit. And its second upgrade was when I got a chance and absorbed a lot of spiritual energy. Han Fei thought, I'm not lying, am I? If my spiritual heritage upgrades again, I won't have to explain. Otherwise, they will suspect me. Suddenly, Zhang Xuanyu said, does this count? Yes? Zhang Xuanyu hesitated. Then I think mine can upgrade too. When it was first tested, it was at level 5. Han Fei kicked back. F***ck off. I don't want to talk to you anymore. The eavesdropping trio's faces turned green. That's enough. Are you showing off to us? Old Bai said ponderingly, perhaps this is God's will. Otherwise, how could these guys happen to come to our school at the same time? Xiao Zhan said crossly, I don't want to see them for now. I'm going to sell bull conches. Wenren Yu also got up and walked away. I don't want to see them either. I'm going to work. Old Bai mumbled. Do you think I want to see them? After the meeting, Han Fei felt that his classmates were not simple. Why did they all have spiritual heritages that could grow? And why weren't they taken to the 1,000-star city? Han Fei looked left and right and felt only Lu Renquang looked gullible. Han Fei said with a smiley face, didn't the president say we should get familiar with each other? Let's have a big meal together. Otherwise, we may not have time in the future. Lu Renquang quickly raised a hand. I agree. The other three clicked their tongues. They couldn't resist the temptation of food, so they nodded. Han Fei laughed. Fatty, let's go. Let's go to the plantation to pick up some fresh low-level spiritual fruits. Han Fei knew that the other three wouldn't be interested. Lu Renquang was their cook before Han Fei came, so he was the only one willing to go to the plantation. On the way, Han Fei put his arm around Lu Renquang's shoulders. Hey, fatty. When did you enter the school? Lu Renquang patted his chest. Haha, I was the first to come here. They all came behind me. Oh? You were the first, so when you came, there were no other students in the school? Lu Renquang recalled and then said sadly, yes. You don't know how miserable the school was. When I had just come, we had no food but basked in the sun and ate low-level spiritual fruits to allay hunger. We were really poor at that time. I don't know why the dean and teachers didn't go to the fishery to catch fish to make money. I really don't understand. Han Fei asked again, what about the others? Lu Renquang was very talkative, so he chatted all the way. Xiaobai was brought by Ms. Wenren. I was really happy to have a classmate when she came. But Xiaobai was always silent and kept to herself. But she is really strong. When I practiced with Xiaobai, I was always. Han Fei's eyes turned. Oh? Was she brought by Ms. Wenren personally? Then she must have a strong background? Lu Renquang laughed. No. Except that you came to our school yourself, we were all brought here by the teachers. I was brought here by the president himself. At that time I was competing with others to eat fish. You know what, I ate 17 fish alone. The president happened to pass by and maybe he was shocked by my talent, so I was brought in. Han Fei forced a smile. Are you kidding me? Ate 17 fish at once? They must have thought you were an idiot, so he brought you back. Lu Renkuang turned his head and smiled. Of course, it was mainly because of my other talents. Take Zhang Xuanyu, for example, he was brought back from outside the level 2 fishery by Mr. Xiaozhan. It is said that he drifted to our town from another town alone. Have you seen the triple-layered waves in Furious Sea? He created it himself. What? Han Fei was stunned. He drifted here from another town? And he created his own combat skill? Lu Renkuang said admiringly, yes, when he created it, he was only an intermediate fishing master. He's great, isn't he? Han Fei took a deep breath. Wow, this kind of thing can't be done by ordinary people. And this guy drifted here from another town? Everyone knew it was very dangerous at sea, not to mention that it was so hard to travel from one town to another. Seeing Han Fei gape, Lu Renkuang patted his shoulder. Don't be shocked. That's not a big deal. Xiao Xiaochan is more horrible. Han Fei swallowed. Did she also drift here? Lu Renkuang looked at Han Fei helplessly. No. Xiao Xiaochan was brought here by the president himself a month ago, but I'll tell you a secret. Don't tell the others. Lu Renkuang whispered in Han Fei's ear, the secret is that Xiao Xiaochan is sick. Han Fei paused and looked at him strangely. Although she does seem a little bit abnormal, is it bad for us to talk about her behind her back? Han Fei thought to himself, I thought this fatty is simple-minded. It turns out that he is cunning. Lu Renkuang quickly waved his hand. No, she is sick indeed. Han Fei recalled how Xiao Xiaochan ferociously ran after and hacked at him and couldn't help but laugh. Is it because she's sick so she has to hack her enemies to death? Lu Renkuang looked at Han Fei in amazement. Were you aware? Han Fei? Lu Renkuang whispered, Xiao Xiaochan fell ill on the first day of her arrival and almost slashed Zhang Xuanyu to death. Fortunately, Mr. Xiaozhan stopped her. You wouldn't believe it. She ran after and slashed at Mr. Xiaozhan almost the whole day. Looking at Lu Renkuang's horrified face, Han Fei doubted the story. Really? You must be kidding. Lu Renkuang patted his belly. I swear, I'm not lying. Luo Xiaobai is fine. Except for having few words and being a bit fierce. Zhang Xuanyu is very easy going. Only Xiao Xiaochan, oh, I once saw her glowing red all over like a demon. It was really scary. Fortunately, the president stopped her in time. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Really? Lu Renkuang said with a smile, President said that Xiao Xiaochan had unstable power in her body, so she needed to vent, and it would be fine after she vented. In fact, she is not a bad girl. After she found out that she almost hacked Zhang Xuanyu to death, she wept secretly. Well, it's great that you have come. Xiao Xiaochan always tried to get me when she needed to vent. Your physique is stronger than me. This job will be yours from now on. Pooh. Han Fei was dumbfounded. What? What if she hacked me to death? Lu Renkuang grinned. Relax, she won't. She just needs to vent through battle. She wasn't ill these past few days, alright? Don't worry. Han Fei. The more Han Fei thought about it, the more he was scared. So I'll have to act as a meat shield from now on? But then he realized, did it mean that Xia Xiaochan had grown up in such bitter torture since her childhood? However, from the entry assessment, he could tell that Xia Xiaochan's combat power was definitely the strongest among all the students. Even after he fused with his spiritual beast, he was equal to her. It seemed that he should continue to strengthen his body. At the dinner table, the hot pot had not yet begun to cook, and Xia Xiaochan had carried a 2-meter-long bull conch back. Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, "Oh! Xia Xiaochan, did you steal Mr. Xiaozhan's bull conch?" Xia Xiaochan smiled slyly. "Anyway, he doesn't need to sell bull conches now. Let's eat bull conch hot pot tonight." Han Fei looked at Xia Xiaochan strangely and said, pretending to be casual, "This stuff is not easy to cook. Meat is not easy to stew tender." Xia Xiaochan snorted. "As long as the fire is big enough." With that, she waved her dagger, sparks flew, and the conch shell was cut broken by her. She proficiently wielded the dagger, and a huge piece of bull conch meat was minced into hundreds of pieces in the blink of an eye, and it fell into the big pot. Han Fei looked at the pot full of meat and froze. "It seems we need to change to a bigger pot." Lu Renkuang nodded in agreement. Yes, there isn't enough food every time." Luo Xiaobai said coldly, "The more we cultivate, the more energy you need, so it's normal for us to eat more." Han Fei doubted this. "But I heard we can intake spiritual energy instead of eating food?" Xia Xiaochan smiled while stirring the soup in the pot. "Although spiritual energy is important, there are many things that spiritual energy can't replace, at least not now. So we still have to eat food so that we can cultivate faster than others." Han Fei had never heard of this before. He thought that spiritual energy was everything and eating food was just for satisfying one's appetite. It turned out that he was wrong. Han Fei shook his head and smiled. Yes, hunger breeds discontent. This rule applies everywhere. At the dinner table, everyone was glutting themselves with delicacies. Luo Xiaobai broke the silence. "Since we know each other's secret, then we should be familiar with each other's combat skills. Han Fei, the four of us came earlier than you, so we are already quite familiar with each other. However, you have just come and haven't shown us many of your abilities and combat skills." Han Fei nodded and asked, "Did we forget something? Does a team need to have a name?" Lu Renkuang nodded. "Yes, should we make a name? We are a team. How about Crazy Team?" Zhang Xuanyu gave a nasty look. "It sounds uncultured and rustic. I think Myth Team is good." Xia Xiaochan added, "Secret Team. We all have secrets." Zhang Xuanyu was helpless. "No, it sounds weird. How about Thug Team? It echoes the name of our school." Han Fei nodded. "This is good, but the word team sounds too plain. How about Thug Legend? We will become legends in the Blue Sea Town in the future." Zhang Xuanyu raised his hand and said to Han Fei, "I like this name. Give me 5. Xia Xiaochan frowned. "Tacky." Lu Renkuang said happily, "Hey, this name is pretty good. Thug Legend, it sounds like we are all thugs in this team." Zhang Xuanyu chuckled. "I don't find the thug part special, but I like the Word legend. Let's vote by a show of hands. The three boys immediately raised their hands. Xiao Xiaochan picked up her dagger. Quang Quang, you're getting bolder. Believe it or not, I can hack you to death? As they laughed and talked, the name of their team was decided as Thug Legend. In the endless years to come, they had quarreled about this matter for countless times. Everyone blamed Han Fei for this silly name. After the meeting, they became closer. In the next half-month, however, everyone would be beaten terribly by the other four with a variety of combat skills and spiritual beasts. One day. Today it was Han Fei's turn to be beaten by the other four again. At this moment, dust flew around in the huge field at the foot of the mountain. Lu Renquang was angry. That's too much. This guy's defense power is too strong. Zhang Xuanyu swung his long rod at Han Fei. Blood and qi burn. Being attacked by Zhang Xuanyu, Han Fei felt hot all over as if his blood was boiling. He could feel his blood and qi was losing every time he was attacked. Han Fei said crossly, Zhang Xuanyu, wait and see. When it's your turn, I will beat the hell out of you. Xiao Xiaochan shouted. Shadow explosion. There were shadows that filled the ground and the air. Numerous Xiao Xiaochan shadows appeared and his eyes were almost dazzled by shining glints of the countless daggers. Clang! 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 The water shield under Han Fei's foot was shattered, and he waved the purple bamboo rod as fast as wind but was still stabbed dozens of times by Xiao Xiaochan. At first, Xiao Xiaochan was afraid of hurting Han Fei, so she just hacked at him. Later, she discovered that Han Fei's defense power was very strong, so she began to stab him. Fortunately, he had strong defensive power. Otherwise, he would have been dead. Now his body was covered with holes that were all left by her. But Xiao Xiaochan wouldn't use all her strength when she was fighting others. Even Lu Renquang couldn't resist Xiao Xiaochan's storm-like attacks. Han Fei seized the opportunity and suddenly thrust Zhang Xuanyu with his rod. The latter's face changed slightly. However, when Zhang Xuanyu saw a vine entwine over, a smile immediately appeared on his face. You won't be able to hit me. Han Fei was annoyed. At this time, he understood why the manipulator must be the first to be killed. Manipulators were too hard to deal with. As long as he was still around, he could remotely support any teammate at any time. Waterfall. Han Fei deliberately let Lu Renquang bump him into the air, and at the same time, he activated the water control technique. And a mist of water pounced at Luo Xiaobai. Bloom. A big mouth suddenly appeared under Luo Xiaobai's feet, and a huge cannibal flower swallowed her and then closed its mouth. Han Fei. Haha. Han Fei, flying in the sky, suddenly turned pale. Why is Xiao Xiaochan squatting on my stomach? Damn, I'm doomed. Then Han Fei was beaten to the ground and the four others took the opportunity and came up to beat him up. After a moment, Han Fei said crossly, why did you hit your face? Xiao Xiaochan, you are too much. I have never beaten your face. Xiao Xiaochan pretended to be delicate. Fei Fei, do you have the heart to hit my face? Han Fei waved his hands impatiently. Xiao Xiaochan, if you do this again, I'll kiss you. Xiao Xiao widened her eyes. Before you do that, I'll stab you to death. When they were lying on the ground for a rest, Xiao Zhan suddenly popped out of the forest. He looked at the exhausted students and said flatly, take a break. Later, if you can hold out for 10 minutes under my attack, you will get the first brocade sachet. Everyone's eyes lit up. Could they get the first brocade sachet now? Lu Renquang asked, Teacher, will you save some strength? Xiao Zhan grinned. I'll use the strength of a dangling fisher. Everyone. Zhang Xuanyu wailed, No. Teacher, I haven't become a great fishing master. Yet. Xiao Zhanao chuckled. Do you want to go to the fisheries? Do you want to go fishing? Do you want to catch a contractual spiritual beast? Do you want to go treasure hunting? If you do, try to hold out for 10 minutes under my attack. By the way, I'll stand still.